Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I'm here with Bran, 15th Bend, JM Unleashed, Rescue, and Development of a Void. And we're just here to hang out and talk and see where the night takes us, listen to some great music. Thank you for everybody who's already here. I saw so many people are already here in the chat. Thank you for being here. I know I got a lot to catch up on already. And then 15th has a new mixer that's all set up and working now. So, is this the first place besides your stream 15th that you'll be playing, or
So
did you get out and get practicing sometime this week?
no, so this is gonna be the first stream. Because on my stream I
Awesome.
don't use a mixer, right? So
All right.
let's
go. You want to jump right into it, 15th?
Oh my god, okay. So I'm gonna play the first part of my song, which premieres tomorrow. Just because that's what I've been playing mostly. Like I've just been noodling around with that same song for the last week. So I'll start with that. Let me just turn off echo cancellation. And hope you guys like what you hear.
All right.
One.
Yes, sir.
Woohoo!
Woo!
1 second, let me turn off echo. There you go. Yeah, the one in the song is gonna sound better. I was messed up a few.
It sounded. We're all our own worst critics. You sounded amazing. Thank you so much, 15.
Super smooth.
Great.
Thank you.
As expected.
Yeah, it sounded really nice.
Yeah, I'm excited. Tomorrow, I haven't set such a short notice for a premiere, and I don't remember how long, because me and teasing and my teasing habits. So let's see how it goes.
We'll be there.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and Ante, he's probably already done it, but if you would drop the link to 15's premiere, that would be great.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
Good to see you.
Hey, Folk and Blueser, thanks for coming by. Al might be coming up later tonight. We'll see. But he said that he said, "Hey, chat, I've been listening to the replays and soaking up every bit of the beautiful comments from you all about Elizabethtown Ramada. Thank you so much." Yeah.
I'm at.
I'm sorry Tiff's not here to or she'd be, giving great commentary right now about it. But I did ask Al in another chat, and he is hoping to get part 2, hoping to get it done by Halloween. So, that's not that far off. You might find out how the story ends.
Oh my God, I can't wait. I cannot wait.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to see. Yep. Ozark Drifter, thank you for being here. Snooks, good to see you.
Yeah, it's just one of those songs that, like, I ever since I heard it, like, I can't get enough of it. Like, it's too good. And Al mentioned today, I still have to reply to his comment. I have to catch up with the comments, but Al mentioned, because I posted that a clip of Jade and Songbird's interview. Jade
Yeah, that
was
was a great
saying,
interview.
there's something about 15's voice. It's just mesmerizing, and the frequency of the voice and all that shit. And I posted that, and Al just commented that, man, it's true. The only thing I love more than listening to you talk is listening to you talk about my song.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So that's why I had to say that about his song.
Yeah. Yeah. Go figure all these musicians also have great voices,
I've
Figures.
never thought of my voice or anything, but
Yeah, you have a great voice too, 50. All right, Queen Bee, thank you for being here, lovely soul.
Are we saying hi to
Mike?
everybody?
Yeah, thanks for being here. Yep. I'm kind of starting off down where we are. I was looking through the comments earlier. William, thanks for being here.
Charlie.
Ducks.
Queen
Doug,
Survivor.
love you, Poppy
Queen
Doug.
Survivor. Oh, Paymaster.
Ozark.
Paymaster.
Tony
I
Howe.
gotta say
Hey.
that,
Lady Smith. Yeah. Buff.
Happy birthday,
Dusty.
Pookie.
It's not actually Pookie's birthday. Pookie, I'll just take care of that right now for you. So I have to tell you really quickly, avoid. I started off. Oh, I should know what day it was, but whatever. I went to Val's stream, like one of the first things in the morning, and somebody was in there wishing Pookie a happy birthday. And then
Yes,
I
it's
ended the
finally
night
happening.
at like, I think it was at Axe and Nachos or something that same day. And it was like the entire day, and almost, I think every stream I was in with Pookie, which was a lot. Somebody was wishing her a happy birthday, and it was her explaining how it's not actually her birthday.
What have I done?
Right? Troublemaker.
That's what she gets for being so nice and pleasant and buying everybody presents.
Right? Thanks, Anti, for being here. Jerry Lee, good to see you.
Jerry, just don't say anything good about me, bro, because every time you do that, something happens. Like one day you came on saying something, really nice about how I run the show, and then after that I was on mute for like freaking 2-3 minutes.
Oh no.
The next time my stream crashed. So that day on part 2, when the stream crashed, once I started part 2, I saw Jerry Lee, and Jerry said, "Hey, 50," and I was like, "Man, Jerry's here." Fuck! Like every time Jerry's here, I fuck. Too much pressure. Jerry's put pressure on me.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
Oh,
Patriot
there's
Lady.
Tiff says, "Greetings from the land with no internet."
Yeah,
Hey.
a lot of people are having internet connection problems. Not just me this time. Sharon, good to see you.
Should we forgive you?
Easy. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I know. And it already cut out you guys earlier when we were backstage. So Brand's coming in with an assist if I get booted.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Good to see you, Charlie. Hey, Karen.
Read
Spike.
between the lines.
Yeah.
Crazy cat.
Niels
Hey, Hope.
Han Dynasty just said, "I am the best singer in my world. It is when other people's worlds interact with mine, my voice gets lost in the collision."
There it is.
Well, love it. That makes so much sense, Neil.
We all
Hey, Widows,
experience.
good to see you.
Hey, Sharon. Hey, Karen.
Thanks for coming by.
That's the confidence I need.
Mm-hmm. Spike, thanks for being here.
Love me some Spike.
Mm-hmm. Awesome,
What's up?
Al. Thank you.
Unspecified. You said they're not coming on?
No,
They're
their
gonna
internet's out.
yeah, their internet's out, so they were gonna try to maybe come on by phone, but I don't know. We'll see if it works out. That can get tricky on StreamYards.
Yep.
I tell you, it's kind of weird too, because through my landline, like a while ago, backstage, whenever I kept buffering and then I just dropped out, I actually used a little hack program on my phone, and I switch over to that. I don't ever have no problem. It's a little hack thing I do. So basically, my provider thinks I'm using my phone on the internet, but I actually hook it up to my home network so I can use the home. It's kind of like it's a hotspot without them thinking it's a hotspot. Because see, there's the catchphrase. Consumers get used to a hotspot. No, just get a hotspot. It's like, yeah, but you don't understand what that does on the back end. See, there's special categories for hotspots. You're going to be routed different because you're actually a hotspot. But if you fool the phone company into your phone without saying it's a hotspot, then you get your full bandwidth. But they monitor the hotspots. They throttle those.
Huh. Okay.
I've
good
actually used
information.
that program I probably had that little hack program for about 15 years.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, Sharon. Yeah. Yeah, I know some other people in my area that have been having internet issues for like even an entire day. Was it yesterday or the day before? But for me, it just seems like it's a consistent issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, hope. But apparently, your internet is actually better than some. Yeah, our friend Milkmaid calls it shitternet. So whenever it's like really awful, I think of that. I'm like, dang it, I've got Milkmaid shitternet going on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What is Ramona Part 2?
Is that a
I
movie?
think
Oh,
that's
is Ramona the name for the ghost? Is that the new name for the ghost? I thought it was Edith.
That's it, D-Dog. That's the same one I do, PDA Net. What's up, KP Heathen? Matter of fact, I'll show you. That's actually what it looks like running on my phone. And see, I select the USB tether, and then I have my USB cord hooked up so it thinks it's on the network. But that's what it's called. So you'll know the name if you want to look it up. It's called PDA Net.
Hold on 1 second. I'll put you big for. Oh yeah, hold it up one more time. Yeah, cool. Okay. Well, I'll probably bug you about it if I try to figure it out. I mean, really.
good hack.
Yeah, but Indy, for this
Yeah, I
to
think
work,
that
you
says
have
it
to
too.
have great cell coverage, which you don't have, right? So
Yeah, I know it's both. It's my cell and yeah. Last week? Whenever I got booted, it was both my phone and my laptop were both disconnected. I couldn't do anything. It was awful.
Oh.
Hey, Stua.
You know, and it's funny too because you have an internet problems because you're up in there in the
Yeah.
land of all the high
I
tech
know.
people, where that whole corner of the country should be like the blazing fast, most stable
You
everything.
think so? Good to see you, Cola. Yeah, somebody shared information with me though that we're actually ranked 97th out of 100 for connectivity. So I don't know what that's all about, but it's not just me. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are having issues, Charlie.
So
Good to see you,
who's
Carl.
worse?
What was that?
98, 99, and 100. Who's that?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see. It was
North
specifically.
Korea, South Korea, some other Korea,
No, it was here in the United States.
and then United.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I
probably a
know.
lot because you got to remember they passed that. Well, when they were spending everybody's money, part of what they did was that broadband collective shit. So they were basically throwing out millions of dollars to these providers to upgrade to the fiber network and stuff. So
Mhm.
I will say that's out of the norm because normally you would have had individual companies on their own time deciding to do upgrades instead of having like the big pockets of Big Brother come along and just to all the providers go, here, everybody can have some cash
Mm-hmm.
and go do it. So now everybody goes to do it at once. And it's like, oh, wow, dude, you're causing some major problems.
Yeah. Yeah, Cola. Check out. I think it's the latest short that I posted. I did a bunch of shorts today. You guys go check out all the shorts that I posted because they're really fun. They're just clips mostly from last stream, but there's some fun ones there. And one of them is a clip of the poem that Chrissy Cat wrote and that the Nut House Peanut had posted. So check that one out when you can. Hey, Landon and Tiff, you guys made it up.
Yeah,
There-
Lord.
There you go.
Hello.
All right, amen. How's
Good
it
to see
going?
you. Good to see you, Random.
It's definitely going. What's up,
There you
guys?
go.
Good to see you.
Mhm.
Great answer.
What's
Going
up, buddy?
good, man. Going good over here.
We've been wrestling chickens
And goats
and
and
children.
Nice.
Nice.
Did y'all get some of that
Sorry.
rain?
Sorry to hear that,
Yes.
Karen.
Man,
chickens
dude,
were easier. Chickens were easier, right, Landon?
just goes to show you
yeah.
my luck. That whole rain thing skated us by like a mile. Me and the wife were talking about that. And it's like, oh my God, this is like one of these classic times you can watch it literally raining across the street. And it's like, wait a minute, where are you going? No, come back.
please.
Rain is a good thing.
Rain is
Yeah,
a good
because
thing.
it did. It didn't rain here. It literally rained just 2 blocks away is where it
Rain
stopped.
would have been a good thing.
Oh man, we desperately needed it, but it's like the ground didn't know what to do with it.
Came too fast.
Yeah,
Our whole
happens.
state is under a burn ban. Like no personal fires, no nothing.
That's us. No barrels or anything.
Yep.
Getting ready for Halloween.
we just have a barrel full of crap waiting to get burned.
Mhm. We have a lot of rain right now, which I know doesn't sound surprising in Seattle, but we haven't had rain for a while, so it's kind of nice. But we're getting like a ton of rain, like all at once. For some reason, it's dumping. Like people think it actually does here all the time.
Chickens are easier than children, even 55 of them.
I swear, man. Rob's is in the house. My man.
Hey, Garfield. Good to see you.
Hey
Ghetto.
KP, yeah,
Yeah,
we're in
KP.
Louisiana too.
Louisiana. But if there's anything weird with like my sound or anything like that, I'm having to use my phone, so I'm
Sound
not.
good?
Sounds
Oh,
really
yeah,
good.
can you-
Sounds clear to
clear.
me.
I suppose it's not even worth doing a picture because it's just going to eat up all the
Mm-hmm.
everything we got.
Yeah, it's a miracle that we're on
Probably.
because we have like half a bar, like not even a bar.
What's up, 15th? Look, we got stuff to send you as soon as the internet comes back. I'm sorry. It's been so hectic around here.
He's on panel.
Or no, that's what I was
Oh,
saying.
okay.
I'm saying hello to you on panel.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry.
Hi, Tiff. How are you? No worries. Take your time.
Like I was talking to chat. So.
Yeah, I've been super busy as well, so I haven't even opened the merch site to look at it in a week.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Landon did send me something which you were working on.
Yeah,
pretty
that was just the baby stuff. Okay, there's some really good stuff coming. All right.
Mm. I'm looking forward to it.
Great idea, Stu.
Think about that, Stu.
Yeah, that'd be great, Rescue. Good idea. Yeah, me too, Mike. Mike, I always forget that you're right here too.
Isn't it
I
always
still think we
raining
need to
in
do like
Seattle?
No, I know everybody thinks that. It's not really. But it is right now, and it's kind of nice. Clears the air, you know. Nothing else.
Ozark
Hey,
keeps,
Mikey.
Thanks, Anthony.
Ozark keeps reminding me I'm getting old, Indy.
Oh,
Yeah, 15th had a birthday yesterday.
Yeah, since yesterday has been.
Happy
Happy
birthday!
15th. Happy birthday, Pookie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
birthday!
Thank you,
You
Tiff.
want to share about your birthday at all? 15th?
Oh, it was pretty normal. Just had a few friends over, and
Did you eat
Yeah.
your favorite food?
not my favorite food, no,
No.
because like Tiff knows, my palate is very. My favorite food is like ultra spicy food, but then I would be the only one eating, right? So
It's your birthday.
yeah, I know. I'm a good host, right? So I had to.
Yeah, good man, good man.
Yeah, but it
There's
was good.
there's that new spice. I think it's called like Spice X or Pepper X or something. It's
That
supposed to
one
be
chip
the
that killed that dude.
Did Elon Musk make that place or what?
I think they did have it on that chip. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, there was a dude, like a relatively young guy that died from those one chip challenges.
He couldn't handle it.
Died from
handle
the
it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I heard about
he ate
that.
it.
Maybe from you guys, but that's crazy.
Yeah,
No,
he ate one of
I'm
those hot
like,
chips and died.
yeah, like my prayers go out to his family and to him. Like that's terrible because what happens in that situation is basically you go into anaphylactic shock and your throat starts to shut on itself.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's exactly anaphylactic shock, but your throat shuts in a way similar to anaphylactic shock. And so like you can't, I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
That's,
I
Yeah.
watched
they
the
have
guy.
no tolerance.
I watch a machining channel. It's Titan. He's up out of Dallas, was over in California. He does a big education thing on CNC machining. Well, because he's got young guys, some vets and shit, and so they're always horsing around. They were doing that chip, and I forgot what chip he did, but dude, all I can tell you is it was going to be a little challenge like, okay, eat the chip and then go see if you can change out the tool in this machine,
Oh,
in a certain time frame. So
Right on.
he eats the chip and he goes over and he's like, yeah. Oh man. And it's kicking in. Dude, he finished that little challenge and it literally put him on the bathroom floor. He was on his side and he's like, oh my God, my stomach hurts so bad. I mean, he was literally in pain. So that shit's, you got to watch, it all sounds good, but not everybody's system's the same. So
not
I
at all.
want to tread real careful with some of that shit.
Oh yeah, and like build yourself up to it. Like if you're not already all over the hot stuff to begin with, like you shouldn't even
Exactly.
consider it. And
Exactly.
people
You got to
do.
be into it to begin with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never do that. I'd like, I don't know, touch like the tip of the chip to my tongue or something. Like call it good.
Right.
There's no way. Like that's insane.
Stare at it
I'm
with
not
one
a
eyeball.
huge right.
I would
Yeah.
not even touch that chip without a glove.
Well,
Right.
when I go to a restaurant and I ask for hot sauce and they bring me like Frank's red hot sauce and I'm like, I just look at them and I'm like, man, like
I said hot
offended.
sauce.
I'm offended. Like
Right.
what is this? But those who
Is
can't
it
handle
bitter?
it, they're like, oh, this is the best hot sauce, and I'm like, what the fuck?
My cousin's like
Mike's
that too.
ready. Yeah.
Somebody's
Well,
cousin.
Tabasco sauce. People think Tabasco sauce is actually hot sauce, and it's like it's just glorified tomato sauce. I mean,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty
Tomato
much
sauce
just
with pepper.
oh, that's the Tabasco. That's real hot. It's like, no,
The apple dumpling.
glorified ketchup.
Yeah,
I just bought one. Actually. I just bought one, Tiff. It's this company called Bongo, Bongo. It's Tanzanian company, and they have like different flavors, right? It's really like all of their hot sauces are like really hot. But they made one with that's just green chili. So imagine like a hot sauce made of Thai green chilies, tons of them.
Nope.
Oh, the kick that has! Oh my god, I love it. I just love it.
Hey, right on, Tony. That's awesome. Tony said he's been in chronic pain patient for years. Finally got off all the pain meds for the first time in 11 or 12 years.
Good for you,
Amen.
man.
Yeah,
Good
that's
for you.
awesome, Tony. Yeah, that's a huge accomplishment.
We need more
That's really
stories
good.
like that.
Mm-hmm.
You got off like cold turkey or what?
Oh Lord.
He said it was very hard to come off all the crap. So it sounds kind of like he decided to just stop.
He probably just started smoking weed.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Or CBD.
Sub it.
A la
sub it for
natural.
some CBD.
Yeah, Chrissy had the same thought. Indica now, right?
Right.
Yeah. Hey, Freeside, you're a name I don't recognize. Thank you for coming by.
Yeah, he has a
Checking
Fallout
us out.
avatar. Pretty cool.
Yeah. It's the Fallout
Mm.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm off all prescription medications now too, which has been really nice.
Cool.
Yep.
Congratulations.
We're not giving any medical advice here, but it's a good thing to not
Yeah.
be dependent on big pharma.
Yeah.
Entertainment purposes only.
know, Actually, it's
Mhm.
anything corporate. The food,
Right.
corporatized food, it's not healthy, good stuff
Yeah.
because that's what they do. Fillers. They're doing things to maximize profit, which is not quality. It's quantity.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
it's
the
the food
water.
and all. The more natural you can get with anything is going to be better at this point in the game.
Absolutely.
That's
Hey,
right.
Joe. Thanks for being here.
Joe Norman.
The Bomba hot sauce is intense, Mike says.
Da
Thank you,
Bamba.
Joe.
Mama.
Yeah, I was looking up one of the medicines Landon is prescribed today. Well, really the only medicine. And I just happened to look up what the side effects are. And among the list of normal side effects is paralysis. And I'm
Oh
like,
my goodness. What? Yeah.
Sounds
They just
fun.
don't expect people to even look anymore, you know?
Right.
Hey, Ray.
Ray!
Yeah.
I thought you died, man. Good to see you. He's been missing.
So he's here momentarily.
I had my fingers crossed. Man.
You thought he had the one chip challenge or
Horrible.
something?
Yeah.
Clay,
Good one.
good to see you. Conspiracy.
I know. So many great people here. Yes.
So Tony
Yeah.
said,
Good,
"Oh
good
no,
call,
not
TZ.
cold turkey."
Yeah.
He said he came
Not
off the
cold turkey.
morphine first,
Whoa.
gave it time, then came off the
Ooh.
oxycodone, and gave it time, and now he's kicked the hydros.
Wow.
All right. Yeah.
Props,
So you were
man.
on some
That-
really intense stuff. That's great.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
I
really
don't
is a
think
big
you can just-
accomplishment.
I don't think you can just go cold turkey on that. In fact, going cold turkey on that can actually kill you.
That and alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you're training your
definitely-
body to stuff that you're putting in, so you got to watch when you stop feeding your body that stuff because it's becoming dependent. And it's not always the physical effects, the sleepiness or whatever. It's just your body says, "Okay, I'm used to this. I'll stop making this because you're going to give me this."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you stop. Well, that can cause problems.
It's like steroids.
Yep. Yeah. Clay said processed food is the worst. And yeah, definitely be checking labels, you guys. Look for bioengineered food ingredients. That's something they now have to put on labels, and look into that because you don't want to be eating it. I don't want to be eating it. So we don't eat anything with that in it anymore.
I recommend look into water. Like the most essential thing we put in our bodies, water. Anything that you buy from the corner store, from Kroger, tap water, all that shit's garbage.
Yeah.
You gotta find alkaline water. Otherwise, like, I don't know if this is the conspiracy, but like your pineal gland gets clogged with the what is it, chlorine?
Fluoride
Toothpaste,
too.
I think that's
fluoride, yeah.
fluoride.
Toothpaste and all that stuff.
Yeah,
See, I
fluoride
think a
is
lot of
something
that-
that
We should be
We're
fighting
being-
that. you know?
yeah, fluoride is actually a huge issue. I'll grab the link in a minute for a documentary that I saw on Ronnie York's stream. I think Buff, actually, if you can grab that, if you're here still, you can grab that link before I get to it. That'd be great. But fluoride is a medication, and what other medication do we ever take one dose for everyone? And you can take as many doses as you want. You know what I mean? Like it's in our water. So
If
and then
you
it pointed out in
Google
this
image
too.
you can find that it used to be sold as rat poison back in the 20s and 30s.
That's right. And
Well, and a lot of
is,
foods are made with water. So, even if you're, we think of
Everything.
water as like, yeah, it's in
The
everything.
sodas.
So,
I think
Yep.
alcohol is the only thing that's safe.
fluoride is a naturally occurring element. It actually comes from the mineral fluorite, and it's in quantities in most foods that if you have a balanced diet, you're already consuming trace amounts of fluoride.
It's already in there.
Yeah.
Well, we just watched this thing that was talking about a commonly used pool chemical, if mixed with some other chemical inside of chlorine, it essentially causes cancer.
Yep.
yeah. Mike, I'm so out of the loop on sports. I used to pay attention to the Mariners and the Seahawks, and I'm just so I don't pay attention anymore to sports thing.
The one other thing I wanted to just quick mention regarding water is something that I do, and that is I buy distilled water from the grocery store. It's very inexpensive, but it's just pure H2O. And
I
I go
heard
through
that-
about Yeah, go ahead.
I heard that also has it in there. It's not as pure as you think. Even if it says alkaline and the pH is high, it's still garbage.
Well, I have
there's ways of
not
testing
alkaline.
that.
Okay, I understand that. That's alkaline. I'm talking distilled. Distilled should be pure H2O. And I have a water tester that tests to parts per million.
Oh, cool.
Because I made employer and wanted it 20 parts per million. And I've tested the distilled water, and it comes out at 0. There's nothing in it except pure H2O. And the only reason I wanted to highlight that, the only reason I wanted to highlight that is because I drink about a gallon of it a week, like 1 or 2 cups a day. And it just, to me, it's like a purification, like a flush type of thing, just to supplement.
So
I was
Chris the
taught
cat
not
is
to
saying
drink
it's not good to
distilled
drink
water.
What's up with that? Is that
Well, it's because it doesn't have your natural minerals in it. Distilled water has removed everything, even the good stuff out.
We use it for lead acid batteries and we use it in certain
humidifiers.
I run it in my computer. I actually run distilled water because since there are no byproducts in that water, there is no buildup on any of the.
But can't we just add salt to our water, to that water, and just make up for
Absolutely.
You could.
Yep.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
And I'm not
advocating myself.
Kim, were you talking about the bioengineered food ingredients or the fluoride? But in both cases, it's in everything. It's really hard. Yeah, basically, we need to be not eating anything processed and growing our own food or getting, buying locally. It's really
even
the only
food
way
that
to
you
really
grow,
avoid it.
you water it with that water.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all like we're all screwed, kind of. But you can still try your best.
Yeah.
Less screwed.
Yep. But any way we're reducing it, I mean, it's still going to be beneficial.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks everybody sharing stories in chat and opinions and everything too.
You have a wonderful
great
chat.
information.
Got a lot of smart people here.
Sure do. Mm-hmm.
You have a lot of smart people and Ray.
Good one, Joe. That I'm so not into sports that I thought ESPN was the psychic network.
Nice.
Yeah, I've heard good things about Kangen water. And that's a pH balance, right, Tony? I have a Berkey water filter that I it was one of the first prepper things I got. But I don't use it. I use a water filter, but not I've kind of kept it thinking when I need it, but maybe I need to start using it.
Hey, Indy.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify because I see a lot of comments in the chat about the distilled water. I just want to clarify. I'm in no way advocating that people exclusively drink distilled water. I'm just saying a cup a day, in addition to, the nice filtered water that I have and everything else, just as a little bit of a flush. And everyone's absolutely right in the chat that's saying there's no minerals in it. Don't go to pure distilled water. But I'm saying, just like a cup a day.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah. Falcon Blizzard says, don't confuse that with genetically engineered, though. And I think he means engineered is different than the GMO or genetically engineered. Yeah. But none of them, I don't think any of them are probably beneficial to us. Okay. Yeah. My husband does too, Joe. Hey, Constitutional Carpenter. Thanks for being here.
Love that.
Well, hey, 15th. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Would you like to play some more for us?
I haven't prepared anything. I could just.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to throw you on the top there. I just wanted to make sure.
I do have a guitar, by the way.
Yeah, that's
Yes, I was gonna say. I'm gonna come to you next. Then here we go.
Are you on
Love
a pass? 15th.
Say what?
You're not gonna play? Because I can play. If you don't.
The only thing I really practiced was that part of the song that I played.
No problem.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna do an acapella. I'm not as smooth as 15th, but I can just play.
You're fire. I was ice. He's fire.
Right. guy sucks.
I just hated it. Boy, it was awful.
Yeah.
I loved it. It was
He's
great.
giving you good luck.
That was awesome.
I play that at funerals. I hope you guys hated it.
That was awesome.
Great.
Yeah, it sounds great. It's like mesmerizing.
I got a few more
All right.
that I'll play later.
Mesmerized.
I'll jam to Forever. Let's see if I remember it.
All right. Love it.
Remember it. Let me turn off echo cancellation. Let me know if you can hear it.
Yep.
Sounds great.
Sounds better than Ray.
No, bro. You're devoid. One second.
Yes, sir, Professor.
That was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome. Sounded great.
Somebody in the chat said Slayer. Should I play some Slayer? Can you guys?
I've never heard you play anything along that genre. Usually it's Pink
Slayer?
Floydish. Yeah.
Yeah, I got some Slayer.
Chugging.
The most classic.
That's
Slayers.
awesome. Yeah, I love it. I love how you guys can just create this amazing music. It's amazing to me, really.
I'm ready.
I know
that was Slayer.
So my
yeah, I know,
guitar-
but you being able to just play it out of nowhere is amazing to me. Just
My
be able to be
guitar
like,
is
yeah,
up
okay.
for sale. My guitar is up for sale after that, guys. If anyone
Throw it in the towel.
Yeah, right.
just
towel was already there. Like there's nothing to throw you other than the guitar.
Play.
The Void has like 20 fingers on one hand.
11.
Yeah. Oh, we're all trying to figure out, D-Dog, did you ever say what the plant is, or we have to look it up? Yeah, fluoride is used in prisons and concentration camps to make people less aggressive and more compliant. Facts.
Ooh.
I put the link in there for that
didn't
documentary
work.
if anybody wants to check it out.
It hasn't worked.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true, William. Sports have definitely become more woke.
Yep.
Good
Oh
one,
yeah,
Joe.
did you see that about the New York Jets? Had the Ukraine sticker on the back of their helmets.
I didn't see that.
They
Oh,
can't
Josh?
hit each other anymore.
right.
Did you see there's the first female?
Nice.
Oh yeah.
And-
What is it? Tight end, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I don't know
No
if you're
pun
making
intended.
I know, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was.
I heard a funny meme that said, females have ruled women's sports long enough. It's time for men to step up.
Right. Yeah. No. I don't agree with that. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, what a mess that all is.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There's your untangle that yarn.
Yeah. Hey, LLCC. Thanks for being here. Just catching up in here, guys. Sorry. So how's everybody's week going so far? What's going on with everybody on panel and in chat?
Coming like
Any
a brick
topics?
wall.
Yeah. Any topics we need to cover tonight? Let's see. There's some things going on. We've talked so far about fluoride in our water. We've got the border issues going on.
Oh, hey, there's some stuff come out, and because Paxton, the whole impeachment thing when Paxton's finally over, so now he can come back in to play. Because the difference with that was, like when Trump got impeached, he still was just the president. He just did his thing while the House did their whole thing. Well, with Texas, he had to sit on the sidelines. So the minute they started that impeachment process, Paxton couldn't be attorney general. He couldn't be, so he had to stay out the office, kind of thing. Well, he came back in and he's started finding out the details about that little colony town going on down here. That's the largest illegal immigration camp in the country. And yeah, and I forgot how the whole story goes because I don't retain, man, I need to start probably retaining this information more, and then I could share it better. But I give y'all food for thought to look up. But because it's a group, a financial group that has come in, and what they're doing is basically you don't have to have a social security number, you don't have to have a job history, you basically don't have to have anything that a normal American citizen would have to get a loan. But they'll give you some money to get into that colonial spot and to get you some kind of shack going there. And this is apparently some outside financial company. So Paxton's going to start looking into that, and they're calling for a special session. They're fixing to clean the house here in Texas because that whole impeachment stirred up a lot of shit. So they had a special meeting in Corpus. I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday. The GOP.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Soros. He seems to be behind a lot of the funding of things like that.
Yeah, he does.
Well, and even above him is you got the BlackRock and Vanguard, because that's who's running his money.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the whole corporate
Have
thing,
a good night, Joe.
The more the world or at least of the U.S., the more people in the U.S. will realize this corporate, just like this union shit, that UAW, that's going to be the downfall of the auto industry. That'll kick them over to AI. That'll become full-blown robotics. That whole strike stuff with the UAW. The unions suck and corporates suck, because the minute you go corporate, you don't care about quality. You're just going for quantity.
You don't care about,
exactly.
That's it. And it's just like
only.
unions. Union has always cracked me up my whole life personally. Union just looks like a mini structure of the government. You're going to pay dues to somebody who's going to tell you when you need to go to work and when you don't need to go to work. But his money never changes. But you just need to pay dues. And it's kind of like, wait a minute, isn't this kind of like when you got to pay taxes and you go to work but you don't really get a say over where your tax dollars went, kind of shit? I mean, so it sounds odd, but people will chime in on the union thing.
Yeah. Our grandpas grew up union, we grew up with them being in the union, and the way they described it is from the inside, it was like there'd be so many guys on a crew and only one guy doing the job, and everybody's getting paid the same.
Yep.
One guy's doing all the work.
Yeah, that's the Pareto distribution right there. I think that's true everywhere. 10% does absolutely nothing.
It probably started off with a good concept. It was kind of like
it was for workers' rights.
Business. Yeah. But like everything else, you put somebody in control, and the minute somebody has that power, you can tell by the way they talk, the character
power
of that person.
Corrupts. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, and you got to think it comes with a lot of power. You're sitting in front, like you have the basically it kind of makes you the head boss of all the labor.
Exactly. And you don't have to physically do anything. A lot of you, it's just an office kind of thing,
right?
And the more polluted it gets, then that even gets passed down to where it's not even those people doing it. And nothing ever affects their benefits. See, it's like, if you ever notice that, it's just like when they strike and everybody's out there with the little poster boards and shit and their signs, and but it's not the leaders. It's kind of like when we go instigate a war somewhere. It's never the people that instigated it that have to go over there.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. I think it's all free people of the world with, recognized God-given rights versus everybody who wants to enslave us. I don't think it's about race or religion or socioeconomic standing or, nationality even. Hey, Falco, good to see you. That's why it's, it's a global plan. And I think it needs to be a global defense.
That's right.
That's why have nots. Go ahead.
That's why it's World Health Organization, World Economic Forum, World Bank. It's all
United Nations.
World Wrestling Entertainment.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't want this to sound ugly or nothing, but countries need to stand on their own. But yet we've been slowly promoted over here. It's just like, look how many churches, no offenses to any church, but we do missions to other countries, and they literally will drive through neighborhoods of starving people that can't pay bills and need food to go hop on a plane to then fly over the top of a few more 100,000, 1 million people or so that are still having financial problems to go land somewhere else to then say, here, we'll help. And it's like, really? Is that a lasting solution? Because you probably could have invested that right there within a 20-block radius of your area and actually had a lasting impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's true.
Good call, Constitutional. The world is finally catching up with 2012 Alex Jones. Just about. Right?
He's from the future.
Maybe.
If he says it, I
keep my mind open. Yeah.
I'm from the future. Okay, I believe you. No.
Oh, did you see where they denied Tucker? Apparently, our government, I'm still not understanding how this happens, but So that apparently our government won't let Tucker interview Putin. And I'm not.
Wait, the
I don't
government
understand.
can stop him from doing that?
That's well, I'm kind of. That's what Tucker said on his little Twitter thing. He was being stopped from, and I'm like, well, wait a minute. So you can't like just Zoom call that mofo or something,
Yeah,
or
you can send him
you
a
just
text
can't go
message.
get on a plane and fly over to damn Europe and then take off and fly over there. I mean,
Right.
really, the government says no, and you go, well, okay.
That's weird.
That
Who
kind
is
of
the
Dennis?
government?
Well,
I
it's
believe
supposed to
they
be
can't stop
representing
you.
we the people, but I don't think that they are at this point.
Well, they don't want him to interview Putin because you've got to think it's the bad Ruskies, and it's actually ironic because this is just some kind of steroided version of what I used to hear as a little kid. Put your head between your knees because the damn Ruskies are coming for us. And
That's right.
any given time, they're going to invade us.
They had a drill for that.
Yeah, they did.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Hilarious. I shouldn't be surprised. They got a drill for UFO invasions now.
Oh yeah. You'd be in elementary class and the siren would go off and you'd have to push back from your desk and you would literally bend over and you were supposed to put your head between your knees. That wasn't just a joke. That was literally where that came from.
Yeah.
And you would be underneath your desk like this stupid little
wonder.
This little wood top and metal legs are going to protect you from some massive shit. But
I grew up.
At least you won't see it coming.
At least 6 or 7 times a day hearing damn commies from my dad. And now I get it. He hates getting any position that makes him crunch up. And if he had to do drills like that, he was programmed to hate them for a long time.
Makes sense.
Yep. It's been that way from the get-go. And if you think about it, they were actually our allies at one point in a world war as we went against Germany. But see, I personally think that they were such an established, they were our number 2.
Yeah, Germany.
If somebody could give us, if somebody could have gave us a run for our money, it would have been Russia at that point. So I think that's when the intent kept to keep them down. And it's why I always been painting them the picture as the bad guy. Everything about Russia is bad, 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 bad.
Good night, Ray. Hope you don't come back.
I'm sure Putin wants peace. He said that he wants peace. Trump wants peace. And he also said if Trump was in power, he believes that the war would be done within a few days.
They had a peace treaty. Putin and Zelensky had a peace treaty until NATO came in and told Zelensky, no, you don't do that. And this has been intentionally propagated.
Yep. I agree.
So that would make sense though as to why it's because it's why does it seem like they owe him money or something? But there was probably a promise hey, if you
Zelensky is an actor. I'm just saying he used to be a comic. He's a stand-in guy, and I don't know the full. I don't have the full. I just know that dude's a phony. And if NATO's saying it from that direction, hey, do this, but then turning their backs on him when he goes all dressed up in costume, no one would shake his hand. No one would talk to Zelensky, know.
Hey, the cat.
Well, we put him in, that's an Obama flunky right there. They instigated that coup to put him in there.
That's all you need to know.
Hey, Navy vet.
Obama.
And when you really look at just the basic things and you take I'll say names, but if you take names out of it, dude, Russia actually has total valid griping. They've been like, look, man, we've had this talk. You guys agreed that you wouldn't put bases this close to us, and then you did. Then we had another agreement that, okay, you won't put bases this much closer to us, and you did. And now you're putting one right at our border, and this ain't happening. Yep. Because that's basically what he sees it as. That's Ukraine. That's just a U.S. money front store. And you're putting that right at my doorstep? No, I don't think so. That's why he's all, no, that NATO shit's got to go. Because that's just organized crime.
Yeah.
Back in 2016, when it was Trump versus Hillary, Putin had said basically that if Trump wins, war can be avoided. If Hillary wins, it's almost guaranteed that we'd go to war.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, man. Can you imagine if Hillary was calling it right now instead of dipshit Joe?
Well, no, I'm saying all these people that have Trump derangement syndrome. Look, I'm no blind Trump follower. Okay. But I will say, if you want to rewind time and go back to 2016 and picture what it would have been like had Hillary won, You
And
know
what it would look like now.
Right. You think it's bad now? We'd be 4 years further along.
Yep.
If not 8.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe. I still really do feel, I know it's not a popular opinion, and probably people are tired of hearing me say it, but I still believe that Trump is still a part of the plan. I think that he is just the flip of it. I think it's a very long-term plan, and that he, all of this setup of him being this great leader, these 4 years we had where there were a lot of things moving forward, even though people were, against him and all of that. I just think it's all orchestrated.
But for what cause?
But,
I mean, like, what would be the end game?
Because all the people who are following Trump and think that Trump is still in charge or think that he will come back into power are going to be, I think, very accepting of whatever he chooses to do at that point. He's still pushing freedom, the 15-minute cities, the freedom cities. He's pushing that idea. He still has not come out, although he's kind of towing the line a little bit about vaccines. He still has not spoken out against them. I think there's a lot of reasons why, but I think mostly it's because people will be excited and welcoming of him. Even people who wouldn't have been before, after these 4 years, will be more accepting of him as president. And I just think it's all by design. I think it's so that the people who would normally be standing out and saying, yeah, we need to change how things are done completely, are going to sit back while he takes the lead.
I'll tell you, or in charge. Okay,
they're going to take him out, and then that's going to cause a civil war, and that's by design too.
I'll tell you who's still in charge is Barack Obama. Okay, all right. You go look at his Twitter. Okay, and he still has that little presidential seal. You go look at Joe Biden's Twitter. He doesn't have the seal. He doesn't have the little thing. And Michelle Obama still has the seal. We just watched someone was showing about this. And he said himself that if he could be in his basement and make the shots on phone, on phone call,
have his earpiece.
He'd have his third term, right?
What made me is like, to me, this is one of the most the most crucial evidences for me of like two sides of the same coin. But not only has Trump not come out and spoke out against the jabs, if you remember, like he was in office when they got up and rolling. Like it all but started being administered while he was in office. And I remember I had family that was like, I ain't taking that jab if he's if he's behind it. And I was like, oh, thank God, they're not going to do it. And then as soon as Biden got in office, they're like, okay, go get your jab, go get it now. And it's like, wait a minute, guys, you realize the formula didn't change just because, the football got handed off. Well,
see, actually,
some people think that the formula did change.
It was supposed to actually come out. What was it, like 2.5 months before when it actually did? And right there at the election time, all of a sudden they stopped. And until we went through the whole little election process afterwards, and then all of a sudden, it's being released.
81 million votes, most popular, but you need 20,000 National Guard, to.
Yep.
What's up, Otter? Artificial Loneliness Lab?
Can't speak.
I can't speak.
Well, that's a lot to say.
Sharon.
I don't know. I do think that I think he's a major threat. And I definitely think that we're in the final stretch just because there's been so much illegal stuff done that while it hasn't been put out on the mainstream media because they've controlled what goes out there, but it's still there. There's still court documents, there's legal things. And if the right power seats change, then they know they're accountable. And so to me, it's like it's getting closer to the wire. It's like that's the one scary thing about them digging more bank records. They keep digging into Biden's stuff, and the more you expose the crime family, well, then feel free to go back and look in history, and let's look at how the crime families, the mafia families, reacted every time cops started applying more pressure to them. They started getting crazier. They didn't calm down. Well, I kind of view this going, yeah, if you know that there's a chance coming this time, if you don't win this, that all of a sudden you might have to pony up. There
I
won't
think
be
we're
no
about
hiding.
to have so much crazy stuff happen coming up as we go into October, as we go getting closer to 2024. I think we're going to see some wild, crazy stuff. I think I
Yes.
can't even put it into words. What they're desperate.
Yeah. Clay says, I think it's time for the next generation to take over. In my opinion, they need term limits and age requirements. Agreed. Or an age
Oh my
limits
gosh,
too.
though. Show me the next generation,
that's
though.
ageist.
Yeah, sorry, just coming back to this for a second, but about Obama, I know a lot of people think that he has a lot of power, but I understand that idea. I just think he's another puppet. I think all of our presidents have pretty much been puppets for a very long time, but definitely within our lifetimes. I don't think any of them are actually in charge. I think they're the people behind them and probably people above them and people above them,
Hey, speaking of, not speaking of, but kind of, I'm going to bring it up, biblical prophecy, okay? Did y'all, I don't know if anybody watched our show, but the Netanyahu at the UN talked about a new Israel in the name of peace. Or no, I'm sorry, not a new Israel. I'm sorry, I'm getting it crossed up. A new Middle East. And he wants to create basically a line that will stretch from India to Europe, and it crosses over the Euphrates River and
through Saudi Arabia, right? And at any rate, there's scripture that says that the Euphrates River will be dried up to make way for the kings from the east.
Do you think any of this is like self-fulfilling prophecy?
I've heard that theory.
Self-fulfilling, or I've thought of what's the term somebody said to me? Forced prophecy, where I think they're using. I that's what I think. I think. Well, I don't know if I don't know if I believe that. Yeah, I'm all over the place, you guys, because I try to think of all these different scenarios and kind of play out all the different possibilities.
Yeah.
So one of the things I think is possible is that it is forced. That they're looking at the Bible and taking that and using it almost as a guideline or a framework to trick believers.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because that's another way we'll sit back and accept it.
Yeah.
Right.
I think whenever Jesus comes back, it's not going to be Jesus. It's going to be a hologram, or it's going to be something, because we're expecting that to happen.
I think that's the first deception, and that's kind of along their lines. That's it doesn't mean it has to be Jesus, but I do know they plan on doing some massive trick with.
Yep.
Can I drop a link in chat?
Yeah.
Well, I don't
Are
know.
you modded?
Can you?
I think you are.
Chad Freeman, how you doing?
Hey, Chad.
Hey, Chad. How's it going?
Hang on.
Yeah. I didn't put the link in chat. Let me go ahead and put the link if anybody else wants to come join us.
Yeah, Indy, I'm gonna hop off. I have to get ready for bed.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for coming up. I'm so glad it worked out for you. This to be the first panel for you to play live other than your own. Pretty awesome. And it's really great to get to hear you play. You guys don't forget to hit set a notification for the premiere of 15th Song tomorrow, and be there for the premiere so we can all be there in chat supporting 15th.
September
Yeah,
26th.
tomorrow it's gonna be a special day because the song is it's an instrumental, like most of my songs, but it's not for me. It's for some of my very close friends who I met through music and through YouTube. So usually I get really anxious last 24 hours before a premiere. When I there's like 10 different things going through my head, and this time it's like, you know what, as long as those 3 people like it, then I'm not, my job is done for this one. But yeah, if you guys can pop in, I think you guys will like it.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
Yes, sir.
There's our tease, everybody.
Before I go, Indy, I can play the intro again, unless people are bored of it, because I played it twice.
Go for it.
I'm down.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, let's see. Let's hope I don't mess it up. Sometimes overplaying is bad as well.
I respectfully disagree.
Beautiful,
Right on.
15.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for being here tonight and for coming up always. Appreciate you.
Good hanging out with you, man.
You're muted.
Good seeing you.
Oh yeah, I
15.
think you're muted, 15.
What?
There you are.
Oh no,
Nope.
now you're not.
Your song wasn't muted just right now.
Song? Okay.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That would suck, dude. That would have sucked.
That would have sucked.
Yeah, we were
We
sitting
just all
here
sit here in
waiting for you to play.
silence.
I know, right? You can start whenever you want.
Yeah, if you like what you heard, then I think it keeps getting better and better. The song, like as it progresses, like you'll enjoy it. So be there at the premiere. I hope you can make it, and then yeah, let's see how it goes.
All right.
Right on, man. Always
Have
good
a
to
good
see
night,
you.
15th. Get some good sleep.
There we go. Anti dropped the link. There's 15th.
Hopefully 16th will too.
16th has been a pain in the ass the last couple of weeks. Last night I was sleeping and like subconsciously you start dreaming about something that's going to happen in the real world. So in my dream it was like I was getting hit by a cricket ball, right? Like I was batting without my helmet, and the ball is just coming in my head, and all of a sudden I get hit, and I just woke up. I was like, what the fuck? And 16 was in bed, obviously, because he had woken up, and he had just slammed his head into mine. I was just like, man.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So, one time my daughter, I leaned down to give my daughter a kiss, and she jumped up to kiss me, and she like pushed my lip, my tooth like through my lip with the top of her head.
Yo, I swear, I was worried because now I'm paranoid when sleeping as well. Because if I was facing the other way, it would have hit me right here, broken my nose, 100%.
Oh, yeah, their heads are like rocks too.
Like he's like, Daddy, move, like 16 bend is here. Like we're done with 15 bend, like 16's time now.
Nice.
All right, guys, have a good night.
All right,
Much love.
good night.
Catch you. See you tomorrow.
Good to see you.
As always.
There's so many great conversations in the chat. You guys, so many great comments. I didn't want to highlight them during the song, but I wanted to go back to some of them. Hang on, let me see if I can get to them here. Sharon, thanks for being here. Let's see. Yeah, D-Dog had said the Dems are going to release all the vax data before the 2024 elections and blame it all on Trump. And I do think that's possible because I think that's part of the reason why, like that furthering division, that he's the father of the vaccines. That I think that was the name he gave himself even.
Yeah.
But yeah.
He was urging it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and that'll play right into the division of both sides.
I will say though, the one thing people say he you know what he did? I take it, here's just my 2 cents. He was a business dude. He bragged about that he cut through a lot of the red tape because they told him how it's like, oh my God, it'll take years to do this vaccine. And so he did this little business stuff, got it done. But I will say the side token, he never mandated anything. So while he might have been
That's
like,
true.
oh yeah, you ought to get the jab, but he led it up to it's your own decision. And he's been that way from the get-go. So
yeah, I agree
I
with
think
that.
he got it himself, and then he said, I'm not going to mandate it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's actually, I've heard of quite a few people say how they got the first one because a lot of people trusted what was coming out, and then they went, oh shit, no, this isn't making sense, and so they didn't do no boosters, and they're not behind any of the other. But me, I don't know, I wasn't that way to begin with, so even if it had been legit, I wouldn't have got it because it just wasn't.
Isn't that what it is? The worst ones are the boosters, not necessarily the first two.
There's a lot of mixed information, but it sounds like none of them are good. They all have especially the those that included the mRNA.
Right.
Yeah.
That's really the big problem is the mRNA. Chrissy, I'll check for that email. Thank you. Yeah, Neil, I wonder too.
And I will say that I don't think that it's just,
call,
well,
Dennis.
you can say a singular enemy as far as good or evil. It's an evil. But as far as persona-wise, people-wise, I think there's several. It's just there's thousands of layers to this shaft that we're getting kind of thing. It's on so many different levels. Everybody's, and I think even in the end, like even if they won, I think that other side would be tripping because they would realize that, oh, well, you mean we didn't all just win? Oh no, now they're coming for you too. I mean, it's a dog eat dog thing. We're just
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Aloha, Steve.
The pace of the events that they keep rolling out are at such a great pace. It's very difficult. What do they say? A lie can get around the world before the truth has time to get its pants on.
Mm-hmm.
So to keep with everything and sift through it, I think the pace that it's rolling out at is designed to make it next to impossible.
Well, and they control the media, so they control the flow of what the majority of information that goes out. D-Dog's wondering about the link, Indy, by the way.
Oh, did I never pin it? Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, I think I got sidetracked when I was trying to find it.
Hey, B.
All right.
And yeah, Wolverines, that's true. Yeah, both Harris and Biden both said that they weren't going to take that because they made it sound like Trump was in the back room of the lab with his little lab coat on, mixing shit in vials or something. I'm not taking it in the minute that they were able to pull their little shenanigans. Then all of a sudden it was, we can go sit on their little fake green screen stage and look, we'll show you. We'll take the saving solution.
We did it, Joe.
Yeah.
We did it.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
I know here in Canada, the one that Trudeau got and was shown on TV, you could actually tell that he clearly didn't receive anything.
Yeah.
It was very obvious.
Oh yeah. There were a lot of those.
wasn't even it wouldn't have been administered properly if there was anything in it.
Mm-hmm. Zeo Fender, thanks for being here. Lauren, good to
night,
see
Queen.
you. Good night, Queen.
Night, Queen.
Are you saying he received just air?
Or saline or whatever. I
I
mean,
thought that would kill you.
I don't know
No.
if he
Saline
received.
solution.
I don't know if he received anything at all. But what I am saying is, there's nurses that analyzed the video footage of him with Sophie Gregoire, and they said that nobody would ever be trained to administer a shot that way. And so then it's just my own hyperbole that's saying, I don't know if he got anything at all. But yeah.
Well, they can. All
What
you got to do is
happened on camera? It's thought what happened on camera is not vaccination being received. Whether
Right.
you did off camera or not, we can't say.
There's
Well,
that
it wouldn't
too.
be much then, just not screw that needle on the end. And if you had the placement of the camera angle just right, you can act like the whole little poke, and you could even watch the plunger go down. It's just that there would be no actual anything in penetrating in the skin. It wouldn't be hard to do.
Fake.
Yep.
Hey, Angelique. Thanks for coming by.
Like they did Gretchen Hitler's Vax live, and when they went to pull the needle out, the syringe just dropped straight down, and the needle was inside the syringe like a movie prop.
Mm-hmm.
Like a magician would have. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I don't know why they wouldn't just use saline, because then it would look more realistic and it would still be, it would be harmless to them.
And
but,
illusion.
I mean, who knows?
Well, you're in bed with the media and Hollywood.
Maybe they're scared of
right
needles.
now. Yep. And that's it. We
They
got
don't
one.
want
You
to
don't
take
even
it.
have to actually get poked. Here, we got this from Hollywood.
Yeah, I think Ozark wants me to play one, and I might.
Yeah, did you see the request for a lullaby?
Yeah, a little lullaby. Yeah, I'll give you a really creepy lullaby.
By the way, did you ever describe what this
the
plant was
one
you walked
statement
out in the
that
front yard?
Was that a
it's
question for me?
wild lettuce. If you take and you process the root correctly, you can get something that'll make it like a bad acid trip. 3 drops for 1 cup of water, and it's not addictive.
Oh,
I heard that.
okay.
Yeah, that's great information you were sharing. And then, Rescue, did you have something you were saying? I think
No, that was it. I was just
okay.
asking.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah, I can play one for Ozark. I'm getting a little tired myself too, but
Yeah, no, that'd be great. Thank you.
If I play, then I can wake up.
You can do your own lullaby.
Exactly. That's a creepy
Beautiful
one with my
avoid.
heart rate. Yeah. Thank you.
Very nice.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's my kind of lullaby.
Right on. That one always raises my heart rate, even though it's so slow and mellow.
I like the when you're bending the notes a few times there too. It's really nice, kind of subtle, but really nice effect.
You mean this part?
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's the little nuances, you know, it's the little, I call it the eyebrows. You know, it's a little.
Buff is saying more.
Maybe a
We
little
can keep
later.
you here playing forever. Yeah, it was beautiful.
Thank you.
Thanks to everybody coming in too. I saw some new faces pop in. Thank you. Yeah, and Broken asked, what is the topic tonight? Same thing as every night, whatever we want to talk about. Music, what's going on in the world, politics, religion, all the stuff we're not supposed to talk about.
Right.
Survival. Butterfly, good to see you. Thanks for being here. CT, good to see you. Yeah. There's still, okay, so Cybertoxin says, Barry said, and now that we've essentially clinically tested the V on billions of people worldwide, there are still 1 in 5 Americans who refuse. Yeah, exactly. So do they consider the whole world their clinic? Apparently. They're guinea pigs.
Yep.
Busy girl, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yep, I agree, V. Landon and Tiff, thank you so much for being here. They said that they had to go. They were having their batteries drained from their phones. And thank you so much for connecting and coming in. Really appreciate it. Hey, Garrett. Good to see you, G. Ozark, have a good night. Thanks for coming by and being here and hanging out.
Good night, Ozark.
Appreciate you as well. You guys check out Ozark's channel also. He has great music, really great country voice.
Oh, yeah.
Someday I'm going to try to bully him into coming up here, hanging out.
Him and Lady.
Yeah, that would be great too. Yeah, for those of you, I know some people had asked about Lady Campion and then also about Shane Phelps. Lady Campion is still recovering. She's doing doing a lot better. Cool. So that's been good to hear. Yep, she's home obviously now and everything, and has been for a bit. Shane Phelps is, as far as I last heard, I hope this is correct, he is still in the ICU, but he had been out of the ICU and then returned to the ICU following a stroke. And he's recovering and doing, better, but still in the ICU and, still needs prayers for sure for his recovery, but seems to be making progress in the right direction. So that's an answer to prayers.
Absolutely. And one thing I thought I'd add to that, if you don't mind, Indy, is that
Go ahead.
Mr. B spoke with Shane on the telephone the other day, and he's keeping in close contact with him and Shane's brother. And he said he'll be keeping on his community tab. He'll be posting anytime he has communication with them.
On Mr. B's. Yeah. And that was the last update I had seen, was a video that he did a couple days ago.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Dennis, I can relate. There are so many people I know that I ended up having falling outs with. But actually, I want to share you guys something just kind of positive that happened. in terms of this, if you guys don't mind for a minute, I'll tell a quick story.
Yeah.
One of my very closest friends all throughout my life, she's like a sister to me. She and I are very opposite on a lot of the big, big ticket issues. She's an atheist. I'm a believer. We're both teachers. So, we have like these common grounds, but there's just a lot of things we're like polar opposites on. And it has never been an issue for us. We always could agree to disagree. We're like family. But when all of this happened with COVID and politics, and me starting to learn a lot about what's really happening in the world, when I started sharing that, as many of you know, it kind of alienated myself from a lot of people that I had been really close with. And I'd always been blessed with a lot of like really close family and friends. So it was a huge, a huge shift for me that all kind of happened all at once, all at the same time that I was having my mind blown wide open by like all these things I was learning and all sorts of things I was looking into. Anyway, there's like the super quick version of it. But one of those people, like I said, she's like my sister, and one of the people that hurt really the most to not lose touch with completely. We always did maintain, kind of sending each other like little things that were not too deep, things on the surface, like pictures of our kids or a memory that was spurred that we, would tell each other about, like, oh, I thought of you today because of whatever. But like we wouldn't get into any in-depth conversations at all, which was weird for us. Anyway, she reached out to me just recently and wants to get together, which is the first invite I've had from her to get together in 3 years, which is crazy to even think about. So that alone was a huge step. But she also sent me a song, and I'll put it in the chat, actually, if anybody wants to listen. It's a really great song. It's by Blink-182, and it's called One More Time. It's a new song that they released. And I'm not like a huge Blink-182 fan, but the lyrics were really powerful. And I thought one of the things that was really cool about the song is that I think the lyrics are kind of written in a way that it doesn't matter what side of what issue you're on. I think you can feel like the song was written for you. It's from your perspective type idea. So anyway, all that to say, she's probably one of the last people I thought would reach out to me, and she's actually one of the first that has. So I don't know. I don't think that she's probably ready to like open her eyes to everything going on. I think it's at least a positive step in a good direction. So I just wanted to share it with all of you, because I know a lot of you went through similar experiences, if not with, just a handful of friends, or with, like me, a lot of your friends and family, especially those of you in, more liberal areas.
Yep.
So
I was happy. I'm happy they're gone, to be honest.
Yeah, there's definitely some people where, their true nature was revealed.
Yep.
And, I agree that there are some people I won't give another chance to. They kind of showed who they are. And I'm sure they probably feel the same way about me, to be honest. But
exactly.
There are definitely still a lot of people that, I care deeply about and always will. That it's good to know that some of them are starting to be a little more open to being in more communication, at least.
Yeah. Well, good for you.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Awesome news.
Yeah.
That song that you were talking about is actually, I was listening to them to talk about the writing of it. And that has to do with, because they broke up because they've had different couple of different breakups through the years. And like one of them, and it was always some critical thing that kind of brought them back together. And it was like the drummer got in the plane crash. And so there were some issues until that happened. That brought them together. Then the other singer got cancer and had to go through chemo, and they were having issues, but then that brought them together. And then the way that they secluded everybody with the coof and shit, then that was another. And it kind of, that's what it kind of is referencing this. Yeah, I like that intro, actually. The intro lyric to that, from strangers to brothers, from brothers to strangers.
Yeah, it's a great song. It's a really great song. I bawled through it, and I listened to it like 3 times. And to be honest, I was just sobbing. And she had told me the same thing when she sent it to me. She was like, "I just heard the song, and I'm just bawling thinking about you." And it was really touching. It was really touching. And like I said, I just know there's so many people out there who have been like I am, where it's like you felt really like we're mourning. We've been mourning the loss of a lot of people that are still alive. They're still here, and this song is also a good reminder. We don't know if we have tomorrow. So if there's people that you do need to be in touch with, it's a good time to reach out now,
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. The guitar player from Blink-182 is deep into UFOs, deep into aliens. I think he was on Joe Rogan.
Well, that was part of the riff thing that they had in their band, because he started getting into that. It was like, no, dude, come on, pay attention to the band. I was like, no, man. And he was that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Stuart,
I like that to this I'm going every day.
What is it? Damn. One more time.
What?
Yeah, I haven't grabbed the link yet. Sorry. But I will. I'll put it in the chat if somebody doesn't beat me to it.
Anti might beat you to it.
Yeah, I'm not even trying yet. He probably will.
I like that. I'm not even trying yet. Like, I'm not even trying. It's,
Yeah, I like that too, Chrissy. Tell them the truth, shake the dust off your feet, and move on. And that's kind of the point I already got to. But I, like I said, there are some people that I definitely, I'm not putting any effort into. But this friend in particular, like I said, she was literally born 13 days after me, and we lived next door almost our entire lives. And so she's really like a twin sister that's not biological. And so, there's certain people, and I know for others too, where, no matter what, I'm not going to write them off or, be able to step away from them. That's just how I am, at least, for better or for worse. But, that's why I kept some communication open with her. But yeah, this is a pretty big step. So it'll be good to get together and then, kind of see where it goes from there, I guess.
Yeah. It's a great story, Indy. And, I was going to say, I don't try to convince anybody at all. If it's friends and family, I just like to let them know what I think and why. Right. And they're free to let me know what they think and why. But unless they're coming out, and really wanting to debate, I don't bother trying to convince anybody.
Yeah.
I just let them know what I think and why.
Yeah, same here. Whatever you believe in is none of my business.
It takes the pressure off.
I definitely think when I first started learning, I didn't realize how big it was going to be, so it was like I saw a documentary and I started talking about it with some friends, and it was like, do you guys know about this? Have you heard about this? And a lot of them had heard of it. It was actually called I think it was called Out of the Shadows. I never can remember the title. Out of the Shadows or Out of the Darkness. I think it's Out of Shadows. But it was about child trafficking along amid other things. And it was one of the first things that started to like really wake me up and have me start questioning some things. And so, it's just more of a, like I would, like I think we all do. It's like when you learn something new or you find out information, it comes up in conversation with your friends. It was that kind of idea. And then I started getting just so much like vitriol back about the things that I was learning and sharing that then it kind of made me question things even more and dive deeper in,
Yep.
But yeah, I was going to say, I definitely think I got in a position where I felt very defensive. And so I was very much being argumentative and debating a lot more than I probably should have. And I stepped away from that. I stepped way back from that. And one friend who did, I kind of shared this on an earlier stream, but another friend who I was also very close with and have known a very long time, she was the first of any of my friends to kind of reach back out to me. And she actually said that, because I always had kind of wondered, like, did I do enough? Did I say enough? Did I step away too soon? And I especially think of friends with kids who had them, get the jabs after I'd stepped away. And like, that was part of it for me, was I couldn't just keep biting my tongue when I knew what I knew, and it was a hard balance to find. But anyway, this friend who had come forward to me, I had kept pushing. She didn't think she would be comfortable coming to me now, so it was kind of a good thing that I took that step away and, kind of said what I needed to say and then backed off. Yeah. So that was, if nothing else, that was kind of calm. It gave me some peace to hear it, because I still do, like, obviously wish that I could have helped people learn some things before they made some decisions.
Yeah. It's hard. It's hard speaking the truth, but it must be done.
Yeah.
It's very difficult. It's
definitely
most difficult if the person's not open to learning and open to anything other than what they ingest from media.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yep. The cat and cyber. Oh, CT. You can finally tell me. Is it cybertoxin? Cybertoxin?
Yes. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced toxin.
Okay. Good to have you guys up here.
It's a French word, so you never know. It might be.
Yeah, I remember looking it up.
Who knows?
Toxin was what I found.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it means sound of warning or alarm.
Oh, perfect. That fits right in with our conversation.
Well, hello.
Hello,
Nice to meet
y'all.
you. Hello, how you doing? The cat?
I'm doing well.
Good to see you.
It's good to be here with you.
Yeah, you chilling.
Yeah.
Very interesting conversations going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you want to add anything?
I just wanted to jump in and say hello and share a little knowledge along the way.
Yeah.
My background has been in submarines and DoD defense contracting. And I got a quite exquisite knowledge base of how things work.
Yeah.
Just if I could share with you.
Yeah, go for it.
There was a lot of conversation about distilled water and deionized water and those various things.
Mm-hmm.
They will not provide anything for your body, resources. On submarines in the reactor plant, they use deionized water, very highly purified water for the steam plant operations. Those waters provide nothing for a human body.
Don't they actually draw things out of your body? Like they try and absorb solids, dissolved solids, won't they kind of eat your body a little?
They do, but they don't. The resource material that's in the background of that kind of water provides nothing that's substantial to the human body and its workings.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, even in the bloodstream, where the iron molecules and various things that want to absorb, there's a deficit. I just thought I'd share that with some people.
So how do you get rid of the fluoride? How do you rid the fluoride?
Pardon?
The fluoride in the water? How do you get rid of that?
I don't know how to rid the fluorides from the water.
There's fluoride filters.
They are instilled on the local level by your water treatment plants.
Yeah.
And fluoride is not a friendly chemical to the body. I really can't speak to that. Having worked in what I did, I worked directly under a marine chemist doing what I did in submarines and defense contracting. I can tell you that they don't use that water on board for drinking purposes other than purification of a reactor plant. I don't know if that makes any sense to y'all, but I'm just sharing.
Yeah,
I hear
great.
exactly what you're saying. And when I talk about drinking distilled water, though, imagine having half a cup of juice and half a cup of distilled water. If you're trying to cut down your sugar intake, you still get the juice, so you get everything else, but that's going to provide you hydration with less sugar. So another thing that I would use it for is like, for example, if you've been drinking heavily before you go to bed, it'll help dilute that alcohol. I'm in no way saying that it's going to give you any minerals or nourishment at all. Just pure dilution.
Yeah, dilution is good compared to all the crap we put in our bodies too.
Well, I agree with that as far as hydration purposes.
Yep.
But it will provide nothing for the body, resource-wise, because it's been distilled and it's been actually through distillation. It is pure water in its pure form.
Yep.
As far as mineralization and things, ionization and things that your body requires, it won't provide it.
Agreed. 100%.
Neil suggested adding Himalayan pink salt to filtered water to add some minerals back in.
Yeah.
I've heard others do that as well.
I just cook with that.
Filtered water is a whole different spectrum. I totally agree with filtered water, and remove as much heavy metals and chemicals as you can.
Also, like plastic. Any water that's in plastic, I think, is automatically contaminated, isn't it?
Pardon, I didn't hear your last.
Any water, no matter how pure they say it is, if it's in plastic, it's like it might as well not be pure.
You're correct in that statement.
Okay.
The plasticizers that are being broken down and put into various water forms and where the aquifers come from, they are there. I don't know that we have anything that will remove them at this point that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
I may be wrong.
I think the only solution to that is not buying plastic waters. Get it from glass.
Well,
glass containers.
It's hard to do, though.
Yep.
There's different levels of plastic too. Like some plastics will leach into the water really easy,
That's
and
true.
others.
That's true.
You have
others
various PFAS, PCEs, and various different composition plastics that break down.
Good night, Pookie.
Good night, Pookie.
Stu, I've heard good things about Redmond real salt, and that's from, I believe, if it's kind of thinking of it's from a salt mine in Utah.
I actually subscribe to any kind of detoxification that's possible to man, but we're at a point where there's so many variants that it's hard to remove all those. I mean, my background history, I have worked on Department of Defense for 30 years plus, and I'm now retired, but I'm trying to share some knowledge with people. And there's a lot of information, disinformation, and various things going around out there that I don't know in the chemistry of things. And I work directly under a marine chemist, and there's only like less than 1,000 of them that work in our whole working natural environment.
Yeah.
So I can only tell you what I know from experience. And I'm just trying to share some truth.
Yeah,
Appreciate
thank you
that.
for that. Yeah, I appreciate it too.
My question
Uh,
for you, Decat, is what do they drink for water? Surely not just straight out of the
Good
tap.
call.
I can't answer to that.
Okay.
I use filtered water myself.
Yep.
I use pure filters on my water faucets and purification system. I also have a backup system in case things go sideways, where I have a dual filtration from my in-ground well. And that's what I will rely on if that scenario presents itself.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Neil.
Neil, how you doing?
Thanks for coming up and
Indy,
joining us.
It's
Indy,
like
I am at my last
Neil?
thread, so I think I'm gonna.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm so
it's
Go get
tired.
some sleep. Avoid. Thank you so much for coming up.
Yes, thank you for having me. Hopefully, I'll be back next time with a little bit more energy and a little more creepies.
All
Oh, you
right.
did
Thank you for playing
You
too.
did
It was
great.
awesome.
Yeah,
I'd like
Mhm.
to
yeah.
hear more of that playing.
Hey,
Oh
Matt,
man,
Yeah.
I'll definitely be back
Make
next
sure
week
you're
then.
sub. Yeah. Make sure you're sub to a development of Avoid. And thanks, Avoid. Have a good night.
Right on. See you guys tomorrow at 15th.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
All
good.
right. Good night.
See ya.
well, my only point is trying to share some truth with y'all, and I don't want people to blindly just accept that everything's going to be okay with your water.
That's right.
Purification, no matter how simplified it is,
Good night, Chrissy.
if you go back to the 1600s, they put water through a terracotta pot and catch the drip
Yeah.
from it.
Yep. I've seen those.
And that was about as pure as you can get. What comes through terracotta precipitate. That kind of water source and filtration will do justice to people in the long run down the road. Just wanted to share that.
Definitely better than nothing.
I got some stuff to add to this water thing y'all are talking about. I don't know about the reservoirs where y'all are at, but out here in the Bay Area of Northern California, I've been an iron worker for 30 years, and we did what was called a resheathing of the reservoirs, and what that meant is putting basically a new roof on top of the roof that was already there protecting the reservoirs. And this was about 20 some years ago. And what we were doing was running small steel plates across the existing decking they had there, and we were putting metal decking on top of it. But the existing decking was asbestos decking, and it was on top of every water reservoir. So from that time on, I told everyone, and I got a reverse osmosis machine, and said, I'll be damned if I'm drinking this water that they're feeding us. And this is well over 20 years ago. And,
Wow.
It was the Pinole Reservoir, the Oakland Reservoir, and the Richmond Reservoir. So if you're living in those areas, filter your water, because I know there's asbestos in it.
That's
Good
brutal.
information, Neil.
Yeah, I just want to share that from ironworkers' perspective on this water thing. And I use a reverse osmosis. It takes out, I don't know if it takes out everything like the fluoride and stuff, but it does take, it's like a 7-to-1, meaning it's pushed through these microfilters, and 7 gallons goes through all these microfilters. It goes out as waste, and 1 gallon is retrieved as the pure 99.9% pure water. And that's where I add Epsom salt back to it to put the minerals back in it, along with taking Epsom salt and baking soda hot baths. That extracts heavy minerals out of your system as well. If you
Good night,
want
lovely queen.
your system.
But you meant that you put the pink Himalayan salt in the drinking water.
In the drinking water, yes. And I also take from that drinking water, I'll take a cup of water and add like a half teaspoon of vinegar, apple cider vinegar, and drink it. You know, it helps kill the internal parasites. A high pH balance inside your body helps take care of things if you don't have other stuff to take care of internal pests in your body or viruses in your intestinal areas. You want a high pH balance in your gut, and also for fungi stuff that they say might be coming around. You want a high pH balance in your internal system, and to get that a higher pH where the fungi and other things don't grow inside your system. You just add like half tablespoon of vinegar, apple cider vinegar, to your water and drink a cup a day, and that'll raise your pH balance. If you have cancer, though, you have to watch out, because for cancer you want a lower pH, because cancer actually thrives in a higher pH environment.
So how much apple cider vinegar did you suggest?
I actually do it grandma's fashion. I just take and go like that with the bottle. If I do too much,
gulp.
If I don't do it, if I do less, it tastes more like a not so horrid Kool-Aid. You know, it's got some flavor to it of an apple cider, but not enough to make you curl your lips and go, ugh, you know.
So probably a teaspoon would be good. Right?
Yeah, a little less than a teaspoon, maybe, I'd say.
Half teaspoon.
That's what I do. And then it keeps you, and also what is it? Damn. Yeah. No. Right off the top of my head, I've been smoking pot, so I forgot the rest of the shit.
Especially around here.
And I build America, so don't go in any high rises. I might have forgot a bolt or two.
Right.
Just kidding. We have some inspectors check that shit.
Don't ever trust the local reservoir for pure water.
No.
Don't
trust anything.
Animals and various things that live in the reservoir.
Or die in the reservoir. And that's even worse.
I totally agree with what the gentleman was saying, but balance your alkalinity versus your acidity.
Yeah.
You got to find that neutral balance.
Unless you're trying to get rid of some viruses or fungi.
And your natural gut.
Yeah, that's the way, Anti, right there.
Your natural gut bacteria will work for you instead of against you.
Yeah. I just suggest raising and lowering your pH to help your body fight different things. And I heard about this fungal type thing that's, I don't know if it's a virus because it's a fungi, but to take care of any fungal, you want a higher pH balance, not a neutral pH balance. If you can't get a hold of any drugs, or if they make certain drugs illegal that might help you, a way you can help yourself is by raising your pH, and that's why I suggested that.
Hang on one second, guys. Virginia, thanks for coming up.
Hey, girl.
And also, Rick, I just want to say thank you so much for coming by. You guys, if you haven't checked out Rick Renstrom's channel, please do. He's an amazing guitar player and just a really inspirational person. Hopefully someday, Rick, we can get you up here on panel.
Point out what Ridge Runner said. He does a mouthful of the apple cider, but it's got to be the organic. And then V chimed in with the mother, and
the mother. You need the mother.
With the mother. And
yes, you need that. It's
not to promote a brand, but Bragg's.
Bragg's. That's what I use.
With
Bragg's.
the mother.
Right, Buff.
Yeah, shake it up. Make sure you get that mother stuff in there, because that's the real good stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anti.
It's body healthy all the way around.
Yep.
A little shot of lemon juice, some honey, some cayenne pepper.
Yeah, I do. My neighbor's got a lemon tree. I'll cut the tip off the lemon, squeeze it a little bit, drop it in water as well. And when I do my teas, which I got going right now, I put honey and cinnamon. If you grind cinnamon over oatmeal, tea, cereal, whatever you can stand cinnamon on, a large quantity of cinnamon lowers your blood pressure and high cholesterol. If you take in enough of it. My whole family, all of them are dead except for my brother, but they were all on high blood pressure medication, and they were all thinking it was like genetic and all this crap. Mine's normal, but I grind cinnamon over my tea, and I drink 3 or 4 cups of tea a day with fresh ground cinnamon. Once I found out that cinnamon, a large amount of cinnamon in your system, lowers.
So when you say a large amount, about how much do you take per day? Would you say of cinnamon?
What do you take?
Or how much would you recommend for high blood pressure?
What do you take now? Compared to what you take now is what I would consider large for each and every individual. Because some people actually eat stuff with cinnamon in it. I don't. So
yeah, I don't really either.
6 right here.
I do a little.
Hey, David, good to see you.
I do a little
Calm
teaspoon.
down.
Yeah, I do these sticks. You can see it's got an edge to it, and I just do a couple times over my tea, and this will last maybe 5 days, maybe, and then I'll have to get another stick.
Okay, so a pretty small amount makes.
Well, yeah, because for me, I don't get it any other way. But that
Mm-hmm.
right there, every time I go to the doctor, my blood pressure is cool and my cholesterol is cool.
Okay.
And even my brother, who's 3 years older than me, and he was like a Green Beret, always doing this healthy shit and eating healthy and all this crap. And he's on blood pressure and cholesterol medication. So It doesn't have to do with if you work out or not. It's what you eat.
Yeah.
And if you learn about nutritional medicine, you'll be able to save yourself a lot of money.
Unbroken had a question
Later,
and
Brian.
asked if you can. Oh.
Have a good night, Brand. Brand said he's got to bow out.
Oh, okay.
I gotta go.
Brand,
Later.
thanks for being here. Have a good night.
Have a good
Much
night.
love to you. Unbroken asked if you can eat Epsom salt. Is that answered? I just want to make sure we got an answer for that. I think there's food grade. Is that correct?
Yeah, Epsom salt is basically magnesium.
Yeah.
That's why it relaxes your muscles, whatever. But we take milk of magnesium. We take magnesium supplements. When you soak in Epsom salt, it's absorbing in your skin. But if you read the thing, it's magnesium. Now, I wouldn't do anything with artificial flavors like lavender flavored Epsom salt or not flavored, but scented. Go for just straight up pure Epsom salt. Read the ingredient. It's magnesium.
My mom used to have, and grandma used to have a certain amount of baking soda to their baking goods, like their pies and their cakes and stuff. We call for baking soda.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely edible. And you can put it on plants to take care of. If you mix a lot of water with a little bit of baking soda, it kills powdery mildew on plants and vegetables.
Ooh. Dakota says that Bragg sold out and is now poop emoji. Dakota, can you give any more information about that, or have any of you on panel heard about that? Because I heard Bragg's was still a really good brand. So
what you got to watch out for, I think, on the vinegar, and I think maybe what he's talking about is for pickling and doing stuff like that with food. I think you need like a 5% or higher on the apple cider part of it, and they're now making it at 4%.
Okay, yes, I did hear about that. Yeah, you want 5% for
and they're changing it now.
Purposes.
Yeah, so you got to watch what you buy, and what he might be talking about if he doesn't clarify is probably that they've changed over to where they're making it 4%, not 5%, in which case it'll do you absolutely no good for canning.
Yeah.
Pickling or any of that stuff.
I heard that too.
That's some kink there, V.
That's actually very important for all kinds of people who have
it is in every world we live in.
And Dakota's a she, by the way.
Great advice, Anti.
And that, actually, she said that's not what she was talking about.
Oh,
So
okay.
clarify then, Dakota.
Yeah, please do. Because the only thing I know is
She
that.
says Katy Perry and some other nut jobs bought it, and they are watering it down. Make your own. Okay.
No, that's always the best. There's actually, if you know about Johnny Appleseed, there was actually a guy in the 1800s here in America who went around and he planted specifically the apple tree for making apple cider. And one of the reasons why he did that is because to take control of 100 acres of land, you had to plant 100 apple trees and like 50 other type of fruit trees. And he went around planting the apple cider style of apple all throughout the Oklahoma area, and that's where the story of Johnny Appleseed came from, because that's how much apple cider we lived off of at the turn of the century, last 2 centuries.
This is Neil Hahn's Dynasty, and he has a great channel, really good information.
Indy comes on my live streams.
I
see you. Yes, I see you around. So I have a bag of a very common product. You can see right up top.
Magnesium sulfate.
Right. And what most people don't do is read on this. It says clearly what it is. There we go. Magnesium sulfate. Now look at the uses. Relieves constipation.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's the white tornado right there, buddy. Put
Generally produces bowel movement and right. But a lot of people, you just look at this and you go for a bath. Well, it says right on it what it is. And think about milk and magnesia. So if you have constipation, what do you take? MOM, M-O-M, milk and magnesia, relieves constipation. So these ingredients, and again, this is magnesium. You can see right here what this is. So it says here as a soaking solution, as a warm compress, for diarrhea.
I think you should smooth out more there, Roots.
The ingredient.
The display is real corrupted. It's wrinkly. I'm just fucking.
Well, I mean, this is like 97 cents, and we spend a lot of money on the same breakdown. Is what it's kind of what I'm trying to demonstrate.
It's really good information.
As well as the different uses. Yep.
May
Thank
I?
you. Yeah, it's great.
Can I interject without giving medical advice? Magnesium sulfate is absorbed throughout the body in a bath, in a soak, or taken orally.
Good night, Dee.
It's good for the gut. It's good for the body through absorption. You put it in a tub and you soak in that tub. It is well absorbed by the body through your circulatory system. And it's healthy that way. It's healthy in taking it orally for bowel movement or whatever. One of the strongest things known to man is magnesium citrate. If you take that and you're constipated, things will move
quickly. Well, keep in mind your skin is the biggest organ. So if you're in a big bathtub of this, what do you think is going to happen?
And absorption is the key to that factor.
Yep.
So it's good in compresses. It's good in bath. It's good for your body.
It's good for bumps and bruises.
Occurring element in your body and circulatory system.
Yep.
That's all I'll say.
That's good. I did not know all of that.
No, this is great information, everybody. Thank you.
If you want to increase your oxygen blood level, if you're concerned about it, you can do a 12-day routine. On the first day, take 1 drop of a food grade hydrogen peroxide. Not all hydrogen peroxide is food grade. Take 1 drop and put it in 8 ounces of water. Drink it. Second day, 2 drops. Third day, 3 drops. Go up to 6 drops. And on 7th day, start counting it backwards, and that'll help your red blood cells get oxygen from your lung. It'll help your system get oxygen throughout your system. Like they do those tests on your finger for your blood oxygen level. That doing that will help increase your blood oxygen level.
That is called valent.
I was a special operations medic. I'm giving away a few tips.
Same here. I'm trying to say without saying.
I don't care anymore. So I've been censored on my show so many times for telling the truth. It's nice to be able to get it out every now and then so people can help themselves with some simple shit you got around the house that can really keep you healthy.
Yeah.
Actually stole grandma and grandpa's knowledge, because if you really think about it, how long have doctors been around? Did your grandmother and grandfather go to a doctor twice a month or 3 times, 4 times a year? Or did they, if they were lucky, they saw them once a year if they were around? Yet they were healthier than crap. what's changed? What we eat. What we eat. And it all comes down to what you eat. Watch what you eat. They add in so much crap this food. Everyone thinks that shrimp look like those big shrimp that you get like 12 in a package and they're all perfectly shaped and sized. That's a bunch of bull. They send them suckers over to China. They load them up with some chemical to make them all the same size, and they ship them back here. I found out our chickens, it's cheaper for me to get a $5 Costco chicken that's been sent to China to be processed and sent back, and I can still buy it for $5. And you tell me there's something not wrong there?
Yeah.
Come on, common sense kicks in at some time. They're fucking pumping that shit. And then you look at the cancer rate from, I think, 1981 till now. It's gone from like 1 in 5,000 to 1 in 5 or something like that. I mean, it's what we're eating. Ask any of the doctors that you talk to, how many hours of nutritional medicine are they forced to take nowadays?
None. Almost none.
Yeah.
Zero. Why? Because they arrest people for being drug dealers, but you pay doctors a hell of a lot of money to be a drug dealer. Because they sell in pharmaceuticals, and that's where they make their money. And everything's based off of pharmaceuticals. That's this corona beer virus, and that's why I want to call it corona beer virus, because it's actually called a coronavirus. But the Corona Beer Company will raise holy hell if we start calling it the coronavirus, and it might go away because they'll start throwing money at making it go away, because it's all about making money. And
I agree.
Psychology, they're really fucking
Corporate
people.
world.
Aren't.
It's kind of that phrase means so much to everything. When you say follow the money, you can pretty much apply that to anything. Anything where there's a problem, follow the money. It's always the money. It's the greed. It's the root of all evil is the love of money.
Yep. Yes, it is. But neither hither nor there. Neither. The best thing we can do is be kind, helpful, grateful, and drive on. And eventually we'll get our due as long as you walk the right path. And you'll get your payday. We only here for about 70, 80 years. Eternity's forever. I'd rather get paid in eternity myself.
That's it. This is a blip.
Exactly.
I'm sure my Mercedes up in heaven ain't going to break down. It will down here.
Won't have a need for one. That'll be the blessing up there. Won't even have a need for one.
I'd love to have a horse with wings up there, man. Go flying around to different floating cloud islands or however it works. I know it's going to be for eternity, and that's a lot longer.
I'm gonna jump off, folks. I just wanted to share a little.
Yeah, Decat, thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome anytime.
I love your channel, and I'm thankful to be here with you.
Yeah, well, we're thankful for you, and you always share a lot of really great information in the chat too. So I appreciate you.
I'm only here to mess with people because I like doing crap.
And I love each and every one of you with the love of God.
Oh, God bless the cat. Thank you for that.
Good night, sir.
Much love to you, sir.
Night, cat.
I love y'all. Bye.
I love you too. Much love. Take care. Thank you, Buff, for stoking the fire. We got it going now.
I'm kind of torn between liking to help people and liking to fuck with people.
Right? I feel that. I feel that from you, Neil.
I'll throw you some good info out there, but then I gotta fucking jab you a few times.
He trolls me all the time.
Interesting,
Yeah, absolutely, Dennis. Modern medicine is a business that's there for profit.
Dude, I had a wicked injury. I had a wicked injury like 35 years ago. I was helping a buddy build a what are those Habitat for Humanity houses? He had to put in so many hours to get qualified to get one of his houses. So I was helping him with the hours, ended up getting an injury, ripping my tendons in my legs, sprained my ankle, and broke a bone in my foot. And I remember going to it was Baptist Hospital in Pensacola, Florida, and I walked myself in there, and the doctor gave me this little fucking package of Vicodin, and I could tell the pharmaceutical rep had just come by because they were like just sitting there. And he wrote me out. Yeah, it was just a sample, and he wrote me out this prescription for this new shit I'd never heard of called Oxycontin, and I'd never heard of that before. And then he gave me this fucking sample packs of this Vioxx. So and then he gave me some crutches and shit, and I walked out, and I threw those Vioxx in the trash, and I tore up that fucking prescription of Oxycontin because I'd never heard of it, didn't know what the hell it was. I was thinking they were going to give me like Vicodin or something simple, you know. And then I come find out like 3 years ago, there's a lawsuit against Vicodin because that doctor prescribed that Vicodin to me for swelling. And Vicodin has nothing to do with swelling, but does cause heart problems. So, fuck doctors. I'm sorry. That guy had a PhD. I don't give a shit. He was selling me fucking drugs.
Well,
Hey, top 10.
College for it went right over his head as soon as that dollar came out for getting pushing this certain drug on people. So
yeah, Dennis, this is what I worry about too. Dennis says, "Look, I think this last COVID was practice for the next to test their plans." And I do think that's probably the case. I think we've been being tested for a really long time in a lot of different ways.
Know this.
Unbroken, that's Neil. Can you drop Neil's channel?
What were you going to say, Neil? Go ahead.
One thing that will keep you from getting any of the corona viruses is this stuff called hydroxychloroquine. And I don't want to say it too fast because I don't want to get you striked. I got it.
Yeah, I think most people know what that is.
Okay, that once a week. I was developing allergies out here, but when the coronavirus came around and I started taking that, I don't even have allergies anymore. And I don't.
So you take a dose that's recommended by your weight, right? Once a week.
Shit, I don't know what is that.
I know you know what horse paste.
I don't know. I got it from.
You know what horse paste is?
I'm doing it in pill form, and it's 200 something.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Neil. Do you know what horse paste is? Do you know what I'm talking to when I say that?
Yes, I do know what you're talking about.
Is that something that you recommend taking as an alternative to HCQ, or?
I would only. First off, I would suggest everyone who eats red meat to take it once a year, no matter what, because you eat red meat, and unless it's 100% thoroughly cooked, if it's medium rare, or anything other than well done, and you eat the meat, I would suggest taking a horse paste once a year just to clean your gut out. Anyhow.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I would do. But if you're concerned that you actually have something, take it. You should be cleared up.
Hey, Connie.
16
hours.
Good
to see you here.
But not to get it, take that one that I told you about once a week, and you won't even have to worry about the horse paste.
Well, then you can make the HCQ. You can make that homemade with grapefruit and lemons.
Yes.
That's weird.
And here's something you guys can research. During the first round of COVID, the president of
thank you, Ashes, for being here.
Tanzania. He was a scientist, and this one world organization sent him a whole bunch of testing kits to test his whole society and see what the percentage and whatnot. So being a scientist, he did some self checks to make sure it worked. And he said, here, take 20 and test Coke cans, test doorknobs, test this other stuff, see if the test samples are good. And everything came back positive for the coronavirus. So he was like, screw this, none of these tests are good. And he bought some herbs from Madagascar, and he gave his whole society in Tanzania this herb from Madagascar, which is the one you just talked about, the little make your own thing. And he kept the majority. And if you can do the research on your own, no one hardly ever over there in Tanzania got any kind of damage from the coronavirus. The only thing is the president just happened.
Hey, SynthWorks.
He just happened to get assassinated right shortly thereafter. And then they got another president, and that other president allowed this world organization in with all of their shit, and they did their damage after that. That was totally covered up too, but also proving that it's a bunch of horse shit.
I forgot which country it was. There was one country, and the king, ruler, president, whatever the hell they want to call him, but I think it was his daughter that got sick. And it was kind of like the physician's doctor. Well, couldn't really figure it out and reached out to a friend, and he had been doing some of these other things, disclosing what was actually, in this stuff and how to actually treat it. And he actually went over there and did a big presentation to their whole thing. And matter of fact, I want to say that started a lawsuit even because of the stuff that he revealed and all that. And but see, that's all that you're not going to, since they control media, you don't, unless you happen to be watching that specific spot, you're not going to hardly ever hear about it because they make it a point to keep that suppressed. There's other countries that are not a happy camper right now.
There are a lot of countries not on board.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sal, for being here. Yeah, there are. No, of course, we're not hearing about them here very easily,
Minecraft. It's all Minecraft bootlicker.
Right. Is that exits here? I'm not there yet.
Yep.
Yeah, let me cut in. Let me cut in for a second.
No.
The link I just dropped was the NIH stuff having to do with ivermectin for treatment against coronavirus.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's horse.
Did you put it? Yeah, you put it in here. Okay, yeah. Here we go. This
well,
one
and
here?
they know it worked. The whole purpose of them, when at the beginning of that, it was the emergency order was the whole reason. They outlawed all that and they suppressed all the information about all that medicine was so that they could keep that. Otherwise, they were going to have to. And it's all in the layout of the way they come up with these. Because when they do it,
that has to do with liability also.
Do a certain there was a certain percentage of each one they sell they have to set aside for liability of any side effects. So, and in order to get away from doing any of that, it had to be under an executive order. And the only way you can do that is if there's no other available medicine on the market to target what you're trying to target. And so then that was where all that suppression shit. See, and that's some of that legal stuff.
Well,
they think that if the power seats were to change, will come out to play because that was all intentional shit, and it's all coming out.
There was a lot of lies being told about that one substance that I just talked about because I was big into bees and doing some stuff down in Africa. And down in 2014, I was supposed to go down to Zambia, Lullaby State National Park, and deploy this little bee thing I had to be like a elephant fence line. And I'm a vet, so I called the VA and I said, hey, what inoculations do I need to go down there, for malaria, all this other crap. They're like, yeah, you're pretty much already set, from vaccines you've had in the military, but we'll send you the one chemical I had talked about earlier. They sent me a whole bottle of that crap. They said, just take, basically one a week while you're down there, you should be good. And then this other, corona beer virus comes along. Then all of a sudden, this substance I was talking about earlier, they say it's no good for you. It doesn't work. It's dangerous, which is the exact opposite. Of what they go.
I'll put a link in chat.
But
for anybody who's interested.
Right on. I don't talk too much about it on my channel because I already got I've only had my channel for like a year and a half, and I've got like 7 strikes. I typically
I believe it.
I'm running at 2 strikes, and then I do a lot of kitty cat videos till one of the strikes goes away. Then I'll start again, then I'll get a second strike, and I still have 1 strike. It goes away in November, so I'm trying to take it easy, see if I can't run a little while without any strikes. Which kind of sucks, but it's a fun game for me. I'm enjoying it. See if I can't get struck
Come over
out.
here and tell the truth here, right?
Yeah, get Indy struck out.
Okay.
Well, we're not aiming for that, but we're definitely.
That's why I didn't use the word that I know got me in
freely-ish.
trouble. And I didn't show anything, and I haven't done anything like what got me in trouble, so you should be fine. Other people talking about it, I can't talk about them. But
hey, Roots, do you know somebody that has a good video on how to make that, the HCQ?
Yeah, I have that.
I have recipes written down. I don't know of a video per se.
Okay.
So we're talking about grapefruit,
lemon, yeah.
I believe lemon. I would have to look at the recipe. I'm not looking at it right now, but it's amazingly simple. Actually,
that's the kind of info we need to be sharing with each other.
The main thing was, I think, was to keep the lid on so that you don't let the good stuff out. You need to collect that stuff.
Correct. Correct. You cook it down for a hot minute, and then you put the lid on and you let it steam, and you let it kind of roll back down the sides of the pot for a while. Like, you don't move that lid, you don't let it steam out. I would have to research and find that recipe. I'm not even sure exactly where I've got it, but yeah, it's like grapefruit. I leave lemon. No one quote me on this. You break it down, the rinds. You do not use the.
Yeah, it's not the insides. It's
not the insides. It's the rinds, and I believe even the pits is where you get the magic from. Yeah. Thank you, Connie. Grapefruit and lemons with the rinds. Yep, which is the pith, like the rind, the white part, all that. You cook it down for a grip. Like, you fill a whole pot with this. I'm talking 6 or 7 or 8 grapefruits and lemons. Cook it forever, and then put the lid on. Yeah. Hoot. I was just racking my brain on that, and I don't remember.
Yeah, well, I have 3 different links that I had saved for it, and all 3 of those videos have been taken down. So I'll have to find it again and share. I'll put it in my community tab if I do find it.
Hey,
Bridger makes his all the time, and he just says boil 3 grapefruit and 3 lemon peels for 3 hours.
Yeah, so it's a 1-to-1 ratio. You know.
Yeah, but there's something about how you're supposed to, like you said, keep the lid on, but also like letting it sit. And there's something, and I think you strain out. Yeah, there's a little more to it, but it's simple.
Yeah, you let it sit for a few hours, and once you get that lid on, you let it sit for a few hours and build it all up. And there is something more to it, Indy. Tonic water, huh? Yeah, maybe get it out of there.
Well,
Did Tiger do a video about that, Lee?
So
I feel like maybe Tiger did a video, but I'm not sure.
She might have. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a handful, but I can't think of one to go look up exactly. Dakota, we're trying to make HCQ.
Yeah.
Or HQC. Or,
it's weird, man, because what was that, like a year and a half, 2 years ago? Like, we talked about like all the time, and then it kind of went dormant for a while, and now we're talking about it. I can't remember who all did. It's like when Ghost did his, it wasn't like he did a separate one, so it's going to be on one of the canning videos that are like hours long. That's how mine are. That's why I can never find out shit that we have some good conversations. You just make them hard to find afterwards.
Oh, that's interesting, Astua. Brenda's been taking HCQ prescription for arthritis, and she got C19 4 different times. Well, here's another thing, though. Did she have symptoms? Because the tests are also not accurate. So a lot of the positives are testing positive for the common cold. They're not testing positive for COVID-19. Because
that's the funny thing. That's the funny thing. The coronavirus. There's 19 variants of it, but it is the common cold. That's why everyone tests positive for it. It's
been around since '65. There's actually
it's been around since people have had the sniffles.
Well, in '65 is when it was even labeled in COVID.
The coronavirus is a common cold, and there are 19 varieties of the common cold. They attached something to the common cold. And what I'm talking about is like back in 1989, I was working for Monsanto chemical plant as an iron worker. And we were building this one new part of this chemical plant. It's called the Vidine, because that was the chemical that was going to run through it. And they had to run the Vidine through the platinum screening to change it to where it could hold a glue cell and still be aerosoled, and thus the creation of 3M glue. What were we talking about?
Oh no, I think he was asking this seriously, but yes, really you can. There's, they change their algorithms all the time on YouTube for what things are allowed and what things aren't. But a lot of these topics are things that we've experienced, strikes for for the last 3 or 4 years. But right now they seem pretty lax. Comparatively. But my thought, even on that, I have a conspiracy because I think they're doing it so that we'll use those words so that in a year or 6 months or 3 months or next week, they'll change it back and then come back and take out all these channels that have been talking about it. Because like my only strike I've gotten on this channel was I don't know, a few months back, and it was from a video from almost 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So they'll go back. I mean, and I know people who've gotten strikes even for videos they've moved to private that people can't even see anymore, and they'll get strikes for them.
Yep.
Yes, and Connie said when they dumped Fauci's emails, it was all in it. And yeah, there was a lot of information in that. A lot to see there. You can also look at patents to find out a lot of information. And Dr. Martin, what did I just say? Dr. David Martin.
David.
I don't know how I just mixed that up. But Dr. David Martin, he has already gone through all the patents, and he puts out a lot of really great information about what you can find there. But you can back up all of his stuff too and go and find it yourself. And it tells a lot of information they can't really hide in patents.
This is true. Navy got a patent for an anti-grav device last year. And,
yeah, we talk in code to a point, but my whole thing is let's talk while we can, because we need to have these conversations. So if we get a strike, you guys can, if I get taken down, you'll help me rebuild, right? And if you guys get taken down, we help you rebuild, So
that's it. Team
effort.
effort.
And you got to remember that what it is, and people, if you're, they can, anytime you upload any video to YouTube, that whole scanning process that goes through, then that got a copy just got put into a cache file. So it's like when you went through that, we're going to check for copyright, and you're going through all that little stuff as you're uploading that video. That's so YouTube. That's why it's so easy for them to go back. That's why it won't matter if it's private, unlisted. If you even delete it, they could still pull it up if they wanted to. Because when they approved it, they actually had a cache copy of it right then. And if your channel is in a category, then it's going to start getting scanned for certain content.
And that's why I know my social credit score is negative 1,000. I'll be like instantly fucking poor. Sorry, we've only gone back 2 weeks. You only owe us $1 million.
It's like mailing out flyers. If your car lot is in this state, in this area, you're only going to mail out car sale flyers to the local area. But if you're wanting to reach out across, then you do it all over. Well, it's the same kind of concept. They can then limit information that gets out. And that's why sometimes people go, yeah, man, I didn't even know you were live. Or I don't know why I couldn't find your channels, because those groups are being put over into categories, and those categories don't get the traffic.
Hey, Bobby.
And it's intentionally shoved that way. It's because if you'll think about it, when this first started, they used to just take you straight down. Facebook used to do the same thing. They just remove your ass, bam. Well, then that became like a to-do thing, because people would literally be like going, oh, I was posting this, and they just said. So now they just started going, okay, we'll let you think that you're still there, and we'll just place you over here into this corner, and your traffic gets real limited.
Next strike I get, I'm going to use the argument it wasn't me, it was an AI computer. Prove it was me. See if I get away with that one.
Dude, that AI, that's going to be so used to jack people's minds.
You know how much money they would have to spend to prove it was me? It wasn't me. If I use that as an argument, it'd be easy for them to take the strike away. A lot cheaper. I think I'm going to try that, actually.
Glad to hear that. Dennis says, my daughter was on the other side of this in the beginning. Now she's seeing the light. Yeah, that's good. You guys, I would love to hear if there's others in the chat too who've had experiences with that. I mean, I think, I hear so often like, people aren't going to wake up. And I really do think there's still hopefully time, but also I think people will, I think people are, I think more and more people are starting to see the truth. And now they're even putting more truths out there on MSM. And I'm sure that's for an agenda, but it's still helping people to see the truth. They're seeing how they've been lied to.
It's going to get more interesting next year.
Oh, for sure. Because of selections.
No, because of a law that's fixing to be put in for Congress to vote for if they vote it within 6 months.
BRICS and all of that too.
Within 6 months of them voting it, things will get very interesting.
For that unbroken, you should go based off weight. You can find those tables online. It's easy to find.
Hey, Stuart.
Yeah, same for me, Synth. Synthwork said, I had the first CD variant and that one was brutal, but all the others after that are like the common flu now. That's what the experience has been for me as well. I think I've had it either 3 or 4 times possibly, where it kind of cycled through. But the first one was definitely, I've said this before too, but I think my family and I think that we had it actually before they even said it came out. I think it was either in November or December of 2018. And a lot of people have had that same experience. That was the worst. That was far worse than what we had a few months later. I think in May was when we got COVID. Officially, whatever that means.
I caught COVID in 2019 in Hawaii, December.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 4 months before it became a thing. 3 or 4 months. It was March or May of the next year. And amazingly enough, there was a lot of, no offense to anyone, but there was a lot of Chinese tourists in Hawaii at the time. From Wuhan, believe it or not, oddly enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that, help spread it around, but really, I mean, I wouldn't even say that we'd need to think it spread that way. I think if it was here before they said it was here, it could have been spread in a lot of ways.
I think all we need to do
I think it was intentional. So
I think all we need to do is identify where it came from. We'll know it's an intentional thing, and then you just look for.
Well, okay, here's a thought.
Reparations.
A lot of people, we were talking about how, I think that it's all by design on both sides. But here's a thought about that. If I noticed this a lot, even when people who were saying that it came from Wuhan, they would still say the lab leak theory. It was never called a bioweapon that was released intentionally. Nobody talks about that. Everything on mainstream news, but even behind the scenes,
hold on a second here.
A lab leak.
Now you're going with schematics. You're going with schematics.
A couple in some of the House committees that have actually referred to it as a bioweapon.
Yeah, you're going with schematics.
That's good to hear.
That's the wrong way to look at it. If it was accidentally released from a bioweapons lab, it's still a bioweapon that was released.
Oh, well, there was definitely intention. You can look back on this, and we were actually messing with that over here during Obama years, and Obama actually told Fauci that it was getting too volatile and too dangerous, and that needed to be taken off of the soil. That's when it got outsourced over there.
Outsourced to California. You hear about that lab down in Southern
in North Carolina, and then yeah.
Okay, that's not accidental. That's a bio attack, and that's we got reparations from freaking Japan after World War II for physical attack similar. This is a biological attack, so that's how I know China's not going to be around, because they're going to be brokered and shit. We're going to take all their assets, or take back. It's like in the 80s. When Japan bought most of Hawaii, and everyone was saying, "Oh my God, Japan's going to buy all of America," and then all of a sudden, something dramatically horrible happened to our economy, and the prices fell, and Americans back for 10 cents on the dollar, and we made fucking shitloads of money. Same thing's happening right now with China. People have forgot the past. They're buying up all this land. Shit. It doesn't matter. We're going to have a financial crisis. That land's going to go to shit. They're going to lose their ass and sell it back to us pennies on the dime. So just have your money ready to take advantage of it. It's a repeat of history, just a different country.
I don't know. I think this is a shift to a global control thing.
Yeah, it's a little bigger, but it's the same thing. It's all about money. And you're right, control. And control means here's
nice link, Anti.
Up just a little bit. What is it? It's Travis Air Force Base. It's just north of me. And I've been an iron worker, union iron worker out here. The union iron worker has started raising the shit about this one company who's bought several thousands of acres of land adjoining Travis Air Force Base land. And we found out they were hooked up with a Chinese company. And we started voicing our opinions of opposition to our political leaders through union means. So there's a lot of shit that's going to be coming up for Chinese-owned land next to military bases. It's going to get nationalized, shall we say.
Hey, sister.
I'm not concerned about it, because the union, we never do shit. We've weakened. Since I've been in 30 years, we've got weaker. And this is the first stance I've heard us actually come out and make. And that was against Chinese, American-backed Chinese companies buying land around Travis Air Force Base. And our concern for national security. And I was like, why the fuck are the ironworkers concerned about this shit? We're ironworkers. Apparently we're concerned about it.
I gotta
Now,
say,
here's an
man,
interesting thought. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Rescue.
go ahead.
Well, I was going to kind of shift gears for a second. So if you had something to say about that, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just kind of, California as a state itself has been always fascinated me. I mean, it used to be a really cool place, but then
good word to use.
Last 20 years, man, it's like the shift in just the politics that have gotten passed, and it's like, so nobody's saying anything. It's kind of like the latest thing with the kids, and it's like, so the mass population isn't like freaking out that, you know, the government can just take your kids in that state now. I mean, I said the same thing with Washington. Me and Indy had that talk.
People have their eyes closed completely about that. They have no idea.
See, that's just
for the most part.
Yeah,
and then you just look at California, though. You look at, because they don't have no problem showing the footage of San Francisco and any of those spots. You can see that shit on any, you know. So it's like, and so how do you walk around that? How do you still have a business when people are just running in, grabbing shit and running out of store? Why do you even bother opening up the next day? I don't even understand the mindset. To me, the minute this goes through, I just shut the damn doors, move my inventory. You know,
that's what they've been doing. Like San Francisco, damn near a ghost town now. I was there about 7 years ago, and you know, Ghirardelli and the Wharf and everything was still going strong. We tramped around the whole place, you know, hung out the business, got some sourdough. Legit, that shit is delicious. But now, if you look at San Francisco, it is boarded up. The companies have left, taken their inventory and gone, and you're seeing it in Portland and Seattle as well. In fact, the Portland Walmart shut down recently because they just couldn't keep a hold on it. And honestly, I think that's an ironic good thing. Shut it down. Show them what this does. Show them what the effects are of this. Yeah.
I had that conversation with somebody, and I kind of was that way. It's like, I hate to say it about some states, but you know, some states are so bad that, you know what, that's maybe it's one of those times when you kind of gotta leave it for now and let it go ahead and fall, and then whenever it's on the rebound, then you go back and get your shit back, and now you can go back to the way of what, you know.
Let them burn, dude.
I actually you're talking about the Fisherman's Wharf and stuff, and that sourdough bread place. Do you know the crab emblem on the corner there? At the corner, okay, catty corner from that, there's a business, a 2-story business. I built that.
No shit.
Yeah.
I've got a picture of myself right in front of that right now. Yep. 100%.
Yeah, I used to have lunch. I used to have crabs for lunch when I was out there.
Same thing happened in Seattle. The famous Pike's Place Market with the big public market, whatever the sign says, right? Or, you know, all around there. It is so screwed. 20 years ago, I loved to stomp around Seattle and like soak up the culture, you know? And now they're feeling the effects. And it's not from the artsy musician types that were there. It's from the progressive socialist policies.
Yeah,
for sure.
Really screwed up. San Francisco. I built, if you look at the skyline, I actually was on most of the high-rise buildings, other than the 71 story. I was on the 51 story. I decked it. I spent 5 years in the downtown area of San Francisco building high-rises. 5 years of my career.
I got you.
And now,
D-Dog, thanks for being up here. I appreciate it.
Buildings.
Later, D-Dog.
And actually, believe it or not,
Marie. Thanks for being here.
Trump had a Trump Towers they were doing the footings for last time I was in San Francisco. I think got put on hold. It was supposed to be an 81-story residential hotel in San Francisco, but it got put on hold. I thought that was interesting. It's going to be built right beside the 71-story that was there, or is it in downtown right now?
We were talking about, you know, downtowns and stores and everything, you know, being moved out because, or leaving because of all of the crime and everything else going on. But
Best thing to happen.
I do think it's good. No, see, I do think it's good that they're facing consequences. Okay, and I know some people, especially in red cities or states, are going to say, "Well, that's what they voted for," and I can't stand that argument because people need to realize our votes have not been counted accurately for a very, very long time.
Well, what you
So
got to
to say
understand.
that blue states have voted for it is not accurate. But also, I do think that it's not. Hold on, Neil. I think it is a negative thing in the long run because I think the long-term plan is to have like our social credit and our CBDC and all of that. It's to have control.
For control,
so the less
yeah.
options that we have, whether they're small businesses or big box stores, the less that we have, the better it is for those who are trying to take control of us.
See, we gave up our lives when we got pushed into cities and out of the rural area. You gave up so much of your freedoms. And there's one political party pushing for more people in a smaller area. And I see it, and it's actually an argument I have. They're taking these houses here and saying, oh, well, you can now make it a 2 or 3 family house, even though it was only the sewage is geared for one family house. The parking is geared for one family house. Everything's water, the electrical, it's all geared for one family house. And all of a sudden you have 3 families in it. You have problems with parking. You have transistors blowing because of power usage. And I'm thinking to myself, why the hell are they allowing all these people to move in one house and not just allow? And here you hear the governor turning down, no, you can't build a new town here. No, you can't build. There's been so many places in here, just in the local area of California, where they've been denied an opportunity to build a whole new town of residents because it was in another political jurisdiction. So they don't really give a rat's ass about us. They give a rat's ass.
Well, on the flip side of that,
and if they put us all together, they can control us easier.
Yeah, I definitely think that's their plan, but I don't want to say they are allowing things because I don't want them to take the rights away to not permit those things. But what I do see is in building codes, they're now denying in a lot of cities single family residences. They're no longer you can't get building permits. It's a lot harder to get building permits and loans.
Yeah, you have to do
not just loans, but contracts. Yeah.
Sure.
It has to be, because they want everything to be, condos and apartments and ghettos.
But in the same aspect, look at the sewage lines, the water lines, and the electric lines, and the parking, and see if they're adding adequate amounts for all these new people. And the answer to all of those is no, 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 and no. So they're not doing it for any other reason than to get control of people. And if you can get a whole bunch of people in a small space and you can start throwing problems at them like, oh, electrical, then you get more taxes. Then you get more taxes for this and more taxes for this. Now, next thing you know, you're buying $1 million yacht telling these people they can't shop on Tuesday and spend their money because they voted for it, and that's what we're being pushed for. And that's my fear. That's why I want to go to Alabama and get 100 acres. That way I can shoot my gun, and if it's a shotgun, it won't even hit you because the shells won't go off my property because it's so far. Because if you move out of the country, you take away their power and control. Because their power and control is putting us all in a certain area so that you can make a congressional district. And that congressional district controls the lawmaking. So they only need one person per 150,000. So if they can squeeze those 150,000 in a small area, they can get more districts out of it and more of their people voting for control. And if you look at California, that's exactly where the fuck we fucked up. Because they keep changing these districts. And now it's damn near impossible to be anything but a Democrat in California.
Have you heard about the city that they're building in Texas?
Mr. Smith? Is that like the line? Kind of like the line? That 15-minute city?
Yeah, it's one of those supposed to fit like 75,000 people.
That's Seattle too, since works.
Yeah,
that's
the illegal immigration thing. That's actually the largest illegal camp in the country right now. It's only probably an hour and 45 minutes away from me. It's over in Plum Grove. And that's I was talking about that earlier. Ken Paxton, our Attorney General, he just now got back to his position, and that's one of the things that he's actually looking at is into that, and the outside source that bought that property, the clearing, It's flipping ass huge. It's the size of Washington D.C. damn near.
That kind of reminds me of something that Charles Fourier wanted to build called a phalanstery. Are you guys familiar with Charles Fourier?
No.
Not me.
He was a French mathematician that considered civilization to be a bad thing. He wanted to sexualize industry, and create what he referred to as libidinal work, something stimulating or pleasing to the libido. And at the same time, he also wanted to industrialize children. He said that civilization treats them like little idlers and that they could be more industrious than that. Another thing that he's famous for is coining the word feminism.
Wow.
He also wanted to see a third sex, a third gender, neither male or female.
Why is he famous? Sounds like an asshole.
Yeah, he was a sexual deviant.
Yeah, so why is he famous? People shouldn't talk about.
That's probably why I never heard
like that.
Well, why is Karl Marx famous? Why is Alfred Kinsey
Well, we
or
have to
John
learn
Money
from
famous?
history, that's for sure.
Well, it falls back to Good Money, Bad Money, or the White Wolf and the Dark Wolf. If you want to talk about Jack the Ripper and other murderers, or do you want to talk about, Dan down the road who does auto works? It all depends on what you fill your life with. So if you fill it with good stuff, you're going to have good stuff. If you fill it with bad stuff, you're going to have bad stuff. So if people aren't good, don't hang around them.
Well, he was also a climate alarmist. He was also a climate alarmist.
And that's so what? What
Well,
climate? During the dinosaurs, they had more carbon on the planet than we do now, and yet the planet didn't die, and humans weren't around. So
why do you consider?
How can we be responsible for it now?
Why do you consider him to be famous? Why do you consider him to be famous?
Because I don't know about you, and you brought him up like he was. You kept quoting things he was saying and what he supposedly did, which would tend to make people think that he's famous because people are talking about him. So
that would just be
he's not famous.
That would just be an assumption then, because
obviously a wrong one.
Just because I know about him doesn't mean he's famous.
Oh, well, I was wondering why. Well, to bring him up would mean.
Well, do you remember the context? Do you remember the context in which I brought him up?
Actually, no, I do not. I just don't like anything about this gentleman we're talking about, and I think that when you waste your time about someone that's no good, you're actually wasting your life because you could be doing something better.
Yes, Angelique. Angelique brought something up here, guys, I wanted to talk about tonight. She says the first trial for Neuralink has been approved now. And I had a video I was thinking about sharing tonight, but I think we won't have time for it. But yeah, it's pretty crazy, you guys. It's pretty crazy. I think I'll try to share that another time. But yes, you guys should look into that because it's pretty wild.
I've been hearing a lot of conversation about things that aren't so good. Now, when we talk about these things that aren't so good, are we promoting them?
Well, none of them had to do with child shit, and there's also the things that he was leading to about the thing about the brain and shit. There's other things that lead about these elitist group who take those out of kids and sacrifices, and it just doesn't lead down a good road. So for me, it's a big difference personally.
Right. So do you understand the term?
Talking about it, otherwise.
Do you understand the term knowing your enemy?
Yeah, I've been in 2 wars.
Okay.
So I very much know a lot of.
Do you understand the phrase?
All kinds of kung fu.
Do you understand the phrase? People who don't learn their history are bound to repeat it.
I mean, I got all the books, bro. I got all the books. I'm an old man.
Yeah, Bobby, it's like that in Seattle too, for sure. Rent is. It was already ridiculous. It's paid up all the time.
A third of the block, anyhow. Yeah, I'm familiar with all the sayings. Again, I just say I don't like wasting my time on bad people that do bad things. And if you talk about children shit and them doing things about children shit, that hits me. Not because I have kids, not because I want kids, but I don't think bad things should happen to kids. And I don't think we should talk about people and idolize. And idolize means when you bring them up in conversations to be talked about. We are now going to.
Okay, well, Neil, I understand and I respect that, but I do think that this is the place where people can bring about up their different points.
I know, but
on
the
different
child
topics.
thing is just, it hits me hard. That's all. He brought it
yeah,
up.
and I 100% understand that, but he was bringing it up, and from what I understood, he was bringing it up as a point to be discussed, not as something to put that person up on a pedestal of any kind to be revered. I understand what you're saying too. You know, when somebody commits a crime, I'd rather hear about the people that stepped forward to stop him or the good things that are happening. But we also, I get what you're saying, but we also need to be aware of what's going on. And this is a place where I want us to be able to talk about these things. So,
Well, I tell you what.
Are you aware?
Will I ever support anyone sharing anything positive about someone who, trying to put someone in a positive light who is a predator on children? Absolutely not. Because this is my channel. We're not going to do that.
Totally.
In any way, shape, or form.
And that's why I'm going to go smoke a cigarette so you guys can continue down this road.
Well, the reason I brought him up is because about 90% of the things that he believed and not the things that he promoted are what we're seeing being launched into mainstream society today. The bad things.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about him, honestly. So I've heard that from others. It's not a rabbit hole I've gone down, but it's something that I am open to learning more about. I've heard that his manifesto, I think, is something where there's a lot of truths I've heard that are in it. But since it's something I don't know a lot about either, maybe we can move on from there since it's apparently controversial.
Sounds sort of like an Nostradamus type character. Like, is that what it is? Like a Nostradamus type of thing? Type of guy?
Well, what he was
everywhere around
like
here,
he was a sour, bitter old man who came from a proletariat class, and he wanted to learn engineering and was not able to attend the schools that he wanted because he wasn't from the elites. So what he did was basically try and destroy society by encouraging them to indulge in all of the lustful and destructive vices.
So what is your point or your purpose in sharing that? What are you connecting that to? What's happening now?
Well, Karl Marx adapted a lot of his philosophies. People often talk about Karl Marx as if that's where all of it came from. Well, Marx kind of articulated things a little better than him, and created Marxism, and a lot of the social justice movement that we see today stems from Marxism. But a lot of what Karl Marx taught came from Charles Fourier's philosophies. And one thing that, and this goes back to the context in which I brought him up, one thing that Charles Fourier wanted to do was create small cities in which just a certain number of people could be all put in there and create certain lifestyles for everybody that were basically the kind of destructive lifestyles that are being promoted in society today. That was the context in which I brought him up, was about the 15-minute cities. That was one of his ideas.
Was it an idea? I'm curious if you know, was it an idea he supported or one that he was against?
It was one that he came up with.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
He called them phalansteries.
Yeah,
Angelique. That was actually the first time that was actually kind of thought of, or if there were actually other people, because you would think people dealing with any as like, because you would think like me in Texas, that would be Western town style stuff, but you start off with the small, 8 families come in and create the town. Then it becomes 20 families, and then you end up with 40 or 50, and then you have a railroad. Next thing you know, you have 1,000 people. If that wouldn't change your thought process and kind of think, man, it's all these people, all these damn people. It's just kind of the reactive type thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes Dennis, Dr. Campbell.
Go ahead.
Dr. Campbell has a great channel. Everybody should look into Dr. Campbell. He does a great job of like avoiding the censorship while still sharing really huge truths people need to know. And one of them, somebody had just pointed out earlier, Pendar, I think it was, that it's been proven now that the mRNA and spiked proteins from the jabs do not stay locally like they promised that they did, which most people, I think a lot of people knew that a long time ago, but it's now been, it's definitely true that it's spreading everywhere, including in breast milk, by the way. I'll put a link in there for that too. But the mRNA does spread. So make sure you're letting people know that.
There was a video where Obama gave a speech at the Cyber Policy Center. The title to that video is Challenges to Democracy in the Digital Information Realm. At 28 minutes, he mentioned somewhere around there, he mentions, he says, now that we've essentially clinically tested the jab on billions of people worldwide, there's still 1 in 5 Americans refuse to take it.
Yes. Yep.
Now, why? I see that as him basically admitting that they ran clinical trials on people without their knowledge. That's a violation of Geneva Code.
That's already been admitted. You just need
that's another.
It only matters if people in the power change seats to make them accountable. Otherwise, it doesn't matter at all.
Look at any vaccine they've ever come up with from the beginning
of time,
TZ. And what they've done with it in the paperwork. And then ask yourself why they had so many hundreds of thousands of more pieces of paper on this one, and why they tried to have a judge keep it concealed for 75 years before they let it out. And ask yourself, is that how they make a vaccine?
No, that's not how they make trial. There was no test. They didn't.
It's not how they make a vaccine. I think it's funny people are arguing about pineapple pizza in the chat.
Oh man, pineapple pizza rocks. That's Hawaiian pizza. It rocks.
That's what I'm laughing about there. One guy said his wife was Jewish and she sneaks in bacon on her pineapple pizza.
Shoot, yeah. Canadian bacon, pineapple.
Yeah. You remember
pepperoni with extra cheese, thin crust. That's the stuff right there.
That's an abomination. Hello, everybody. I see you.
That's damn good food right there.
I love the entire conversation about bacon. well played, Anti.
Yeah, and Anti-Jack said he would eat bacon out of your shoe.
It'd probably still be good.
Hey, bacon is good, man.
So JM's down for it too. Hey, Unknown.
Oh, yeah, I'm down
with
It's PR.
Oh, Apple Dumpling said when you were going to have a smoke. So I was thinking of ordering a pizza. Then I called and asked for Hawaiian, and they laughed at me, so I hung up.
Ooh, that sounds good, busy girl.
You wouldn't have wanted one of their pizzas anyway if they weren't going to give you a good Hawaiian pizza. I'm just saying.
Awful.
Pineapple and Canadian bacon, they rock.
Yeah. I worked a lot of pizza places, and what's funny is the worst pizza I ever saw was a repeat customer. It was this Asian dude, and no hate, I'm Asian. And he would order a pizza, no sauce. All it was a thin with, I'm sorry, no sauce, no cheese. No cheese. It was a thin crust with only sauce and anchovies.
Ooh.
That's it.
Ooh.
And every time you open anchovies for a pizza, when you work at a pizza place, they come in a can, you know?
Yeah.
You don't just stock them fresh and shit. So anytime you open that and put it through the 470-degree oven, it reeks up the whole place the whole day. But yeah, that's the most bizarre one. And it wasn't Hawaiian, and it wasn't, Asian pizza is different. It was red sauce and sardines.
Yeah.
Did you see Stuart said pineapple pizza must be a top chat thing?
Yeah. That's what he said to start it all.
Oh, I missed that part. I just saw the rest of the conversation, heard from you guys. That's funny.
Yeah, that was what kind of started sparking the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you bring up horsey sauce and Craig the Hunter. Damn it, he comes flying through the gates. He's
Put
like,
the nasty
"No,
anchovy on a
Arby's is
pizza, and there's
delicious."
Craig.
Yep, there's Craig. Boom.
What nasty food? Ta-da! Craig the Hunter shows up
with a cape and everything. Dun 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 dun.
Hey, turning
Somebody
guns.
say nasty meat,
Dude, bacon on pizza is awesome.
Bacon on
Hey,
pizza.
Camo Campa.
Look, Burton says every chat on YouTube has the pineapple on pizza debate.
Yes, it's so true. It's that the unifier right there.
Right.
The conflict over pineapple on pizza. Universal.
So gross.
Awesome shit.
It's too moist. It's really, really wet.
Oh, see, these anti-moist people. It's like
I'm telling you. It's way too moist. That sounds good, Mike.
Discriminating against pineapples.
I know.
I don't think I'm familiar Unbroken with Michelle Gibson.
I do watch Michelle Gibson Unbroken. She is one of the best researchers and interesting dot connectors I have ever come across. Love her channel.
Is she on?
Love her
on YouTube?
Yep. She is. It's a little bit sleepy, intellectual. Like she's not a. Going into my subs right now to try and grab her. It's kind of like a college lecture, but she is one of the best researchers, and the way that she connects the dots with everything, art history, human history, government. She's not in a tunnel vision world at all. I'm grabbing your channel now. Love her.
Awesome, great.
It's
Thank
not
you.
what you might expect. Like I said, it's like a college class. Okay.
You get on. Come here, you. Come here. I'm just changing up cats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, Wolverines. These people do whatever they want and to whoever they want. They are sociopaths. Or worse.
Dakota, no ma'am, I'm sorry, but seaweed can stay in the ocean.
Boy, howdy. I was going to say the same thing, man. I'm glad you caught that one. I would not put seaweed on a pizza.
Yeah. Don't starve the fish. Don't starve the fish.
Yeah. Keep the abalone alive. Leave kelp alone.
That's right, Rage Runner. God said, do not fear. 365 times in the Bible.
Yeah.
Wow, there's 365 days in a year, too. Isn't that kind of funny?
Mm-hmm.
You know what do not fear means in French? Sans Pierre. No fear. Ain't that right, man?
Well, guys, I'm going to head out.
Thanks
Neil,
so much for coming up.
Neil, I wasn't trying to upset you.
Oh, no, it's just...
And just to clarify, I don't consider Charles Fourier to be famous. I'd consider him more infamous. That's why I didn't understand how to answer that question when you asked me why he was famous. I consider him to be infamous, like a villain. And I'm not afraid to talk about him. I'm not afraid to correlate the things that he taught with the woke agenda that we're looking at today, because that's where a lot of it started. That was right before the Enlightenment age. And he came up with a lot of bad ideas. And a lot of what we're seeing today, as far as I can tell, he started talking about it first.
No, I'll look into him more. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Well, his last name is spelled Fourier, and I made a 3-minute video on him. I also did a short video on Alfred Kinsey and John Money too. They're a little closer to our time.
The Planter, thanks for being here. Craig, good to see you.
They're all connected, and the only way to get rid of them is through awareness and exposure.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I just need to learn more about it. So thank you.
Yeah. And Neil, if you are aware of the
I helped
things
bust a beat down house just down the road. I'm very aware of all kinds of child slavery and modern day shit, and I really don't like being reminded of any of it.
Well, I didn't finish my sentence, but that doesn't matter anyway, I'm sure. Y'all have a good night.
Take care. Thanks for coming up.
Good night.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, if you want me gone, you just go ahead and click me gone. I'll understand, Indy.
No, we get into, we butt heads sometimes because we're having conversations about things that are complicated and touchy subjects. It's okay.
I just don't like being talked like I don't know what I'm doing when I actually helped bust.
Well, since he's no longer up here to, kind of have the debate.
No, yeah, we'll just quit talking about it.
Move on.
Totally understand.
Yeah.
Totally understand. Yep. That's the mature thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that sounds good. Apple dumpling, bacon wrapped dates.
I hear JM Unleashed is putting a dancer's pole in his backyard, but that's just a rumor around the water cooler.
It's definitely it's a rumor.
I've been messing with JS about that for a
As long as the dogs are in the video, then we'll watch.
Exactly.
It's CGI going.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be funny though, like
it would be. You get hella views.
I don't even know Folk and Blueser. I don't know. I'm not sure anymore.
Like a Chris Farley version of it or something, maybe.
Yeah, it sounds good. Right, top spin. Yeah, see that I would have a much more of a problem with that, I think, than pineapple. But I mean, I've had seaweed, and in some things it's good, like sushi. But usually I don't like people eat it like by itself. I'm not a fan of that.
I don't even see how people like sushi. But that's just me.
Oh, I love sushi.
I mean, when I was staying in Hawaii, I stayed there for 3 weeks in December of 2019, and I stayed with the Samoan warlord family that controlled the ironworkers parish. I stayed at it was Paradise Erectors, right, like 3 buildings down from the Union Hall, 625. Actually, I have my shirt on 625, and they brought in this dude. He was like the head sushi, and there's some other kind of word, not only a sushi set, but some other kind of chef. He was like the best one on the island, and he had like a restaurant he had open for 4 hours a day at some country club and whatnot. And he would cook for him every night.
Right,
and every time they left, I'd go down to the burger joint and load up on some real food.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Virginia, for sharing Michelle's link. I'll check that out later.
Yeah, dude. Very intellectual there.
I was born in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I'm a meat and potatoes kind of guy. I haven't educated my palate past that, I imagine.
I'll check that one out too. Thanks, TZ. Lauren of Some Bitch I Know's channel is the name, I'm guessing. On Rumble is a great researcher too. I just said it all as one word to try to roll it
I
out
love
there.
it.
Yeah. AI can deal with that one.
Right?
Unbroken was asking in the chat here if Jam Unleashed the guy that did the jab camps or jab comps. Not me. I don't know anything about that.
What's up, Blackwatch?
Hey, Blackwatch, good to see you. Oh, see, now that's problematic too. And like I said, in Poland, my pizza had ketchup, pepper, olives, and a few things thin. So it must have been a thin pizza crust. Hey, Hawk, good to see you.
Ketchup is just like tomato sauce with sugar
Absolutely.
in it. Yep.
Like yes. I can't. I'm not a fan
Probably
of
had
ketchup.
good specialists in the works. If they were forced out, they were probably, standing up for what they knew.
Have you ever tried making your own ketchup?
Well,
I have not.
Sauce making, absolutely, yes.
There you go.
Ketchup is just an abomination of sugar and sugar. But
you use the Roman tomato to make it?
That would be the one to use, I think.
Facts, Craig. Ketchup on meatloaf is incredible.
I've made with anything available, any kind of sauces, and I think that's where the pretty much the heart of a meal or kitchen comes from is the sauce. Ketchup specifically, I really do hate ketchup. Like I don't dip anything in a tomato-based sauce. Now, pasta or marinara, that's different. But I think sauces are where it's at when you bring it all together. So I go more in.
Glad to hear it, Supplanter.
But yeah, Connie.
Oh, I agree with you 100%.
Tons of sugar.
Agreed, TZ.
The saucier is damn near the most important position in like a professional kitchen, right? Like the head chef is for sure a sous chef, but the saucier is, man, that's where you get all the heart and soul and the weave. It weaves it all together,
Yeah.
Yes, Craig.
Yeah, me
I
too.
know other
Like, you can't
sauces
help it.
very well. I work off the 5 mother sauces, but I wouldn't say I make a ketchup.
Yeah, high fructose corn syrup. It's not even sugar, probably. Top Spin's got it. I wonder about making like an organic honey ketchup. Use actual local honey instead of sugar. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a good substitute. You'd have a very thick ketchup because honey is very, very viscosic.
Yeah.
It's very thick. And if you chilled it out, it would probably turn more butterish.
So you'd have to warm it up, actually.
Yeah, you'd have to warm ketchup if you used honey. Because
actually, you do slow boil anyway to be able to get them to merge, since the tomatoes are so of a softer source, and then your honey is that thicker viscosity. So to get them to merge, you probably have to bring it up to a simmer for a little while to get them to merge.
Yeah, and if you stuck it in the refrigerator, it would like be a bulk. It wouldn't pour at all.
Well, I'm thinking just use a little bit of honey. You don't need to use, a ton of it.
Yeah,
like,
you'd have to water it down a lot. And if you did that, it might work.
What about maple syrup? Instead,
you'd still have to water it, but not nearly as much. But you'd still have to water it. That, or you'd have to capture it before the bees actually dry it up. Because honey, when they first put it in the comb, is like 90% liquid, and they spend half their life above it trying to bring it down to about 5% humidity before they cap it. So if you just pulled it out of the beehive before they did that process and used it while it was still liquidy, it would probably look better in that format of making ketchup, because it would have naturally water in it.
I like it.
I spent 6 years studying bees. One specific kind of bee, actually, the honeybee.
Oh, Unbroken is saying
True,
actually
Ryan.
yellow. Look up saucy stache ketchup. That's what he's talking about, I think. Saucy stache. Stash. Saucy stash.
Stash. Hmm.
And I got to agree with Connie Carlo there. Bacon wrapped maple syrup.
Ooh.
Take it.
Two awesome things just together just get better.
Mm.
Man, I just cook up some bacon and pour some maple syrup on top of it, then eat it.
Yep.
That'd be just as good for me. Crispy bacon with maple syrup. I'll see you at the hospital.
Indy, you know you got a Canadian in the panel when the chat starts going to maple syrup.
Right. Yep.
It's okay. I bought 2 gallons of it in the spring.
Maple syrup is definitely good. The original.
I watched
Yeah,
them
yeah,
make
okay.
sugar out of that. Maple sugar.
Yeah, they make maple sugar candies. The Amish and Mennonites make them and sell them at the end of their laneway.
Man,
Yeah.
that just looks so good.
With
All right. You guys tell me, do we want to pull up a video that's like uplifting, a video about Neuralink, a song? What are we feeling like?
I don't know. This is Indy's channel.
Mhm.
Let's ask Indy. Indy, what do you want to bring up?
You must have forever logs on that fire, because I haven't had to throw a new log on that fire yet.
Oh yeah,
It's hardwood.
Buff's been stoking it from the chat. All right.
There
Well,
you
since
go.
we were
That was funny in chat because you had actually right at the same time. LL goes uplifting and Craig comes in with scare us at like the same time. That was so funny. Uplifting
Photo
scare us.
finish.
I think I'll do this one. Okay, so this is a video that kind of fits in with some of the conversation we've been having tonight. So I think I'll go ahead and actually, Rescue, if I put it in private chat, would you mind sharing it from your end?
What the hell? I still have not got any cash app from the dozens of other times. This is just like becoming slave labor or some shit.
Well, you know.
I'm not even getting any lithium out the damn deal.
Any lithium.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
Did you see the video that Big Chap did taking the Richmond North of Richmond song?
Yep. I have that one on my list for tonight too, actually. I know we haven't done very many of our videos, but that was one of the ones I was thinking of playing. But I think that one and then one kind of a reaction to Oliver Anthony that Folk and Blueser did. I think I'll play both of those here before we end.
Okay, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's good too.
Unbroken. This chat would probably eat white bread and Doritos if we let them. Probably put Miracle.
Oh shoot! Sorry, Rescue.
Hey, do me a favor. Kick you in the ass.
I was trying to add this one, not remove the other one. All right.
Okay.
Big boy.
So you say when?
When?
Okay.
Hi guys. So, I'm a conspiracy theorist. That's what I've been labelled by the media and by everyone in society who doesn't agree with what I agree with. I am an anti-vaxxer. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm a tinfoil hat wearer. I'm uneducated. Anything negative, it's us. It's all of us. If you don't know me, then you'll definitely have someone on your street who's a conspiracy theorist, in your family, in your friendship group. You will know someone who is a conspiracy theorist, because that's the label that they have given anyone who refused to participate in any of this shit show for the last 3 years. But I have a favour. Just listen. Just listen to your local conspiracy theorist friend, because I promise you, the more you listen, the more you will realise that we're not crazy. There is method to our madness. We didn't wake up one day and think, oh, I know, I want to be ostracised from society. I want to be the black sheep of my family. I want to lose all my friends, all my family. What can I do to make sure that everyone in my life thinks that I am fucking crazy? I know, I will go against everything. Everyone. That's not what happened. The chances are the majority of people have a vaccine-injured child or friend or family member, or a vaccine-injured person in their life, or they believed what the media were telling them. They went along with it and unfortunately got damaged that way. Or they had a loved one that died during the pandemic that they weren't able to see, someone in a care home, someone in a hospital who they weren't allowed to say goodbye to, someone's funeral that they weren't able to go to, someone's party, birthday, wedding, important date that they weren't able to go to because there were lockdowns. Lockdowns that were implemented by the government. The government that we don't believe. The government that are known and proven compulsive liars that for decades and decades and decades have lied to our faces. The government that didn't allow us to see our loved ones dying in a hospice or in a hospital while they threw parties. The government who told you that you were not allowed to go and see your friends and family while they will travel halfway across the country for a hookup. The same government that told you specifically that millions of people would die, that didn't. The same government that have covered up so many vaccine deaths. The same government that told you that the vaccine was safe and effective for all. The same government that told you that pregnant women wouldn't be losing their babies and that you should get the vaccine. The same government that told you that masks were safe and effective. The same government that have lied to you your entire lives. Hear me out. Maybe we're not crazy. Maybe instead of mocking us and hurling abuse at us, which is exactly what they want to divide and conquer us, because whilst we are fighting each other, we're not fighting them. Maybe next time you see a status on Facebook or your friend says something and you think, well, that's fucking crazy. Instead of mocking and judging, why not ask questions? How did you come to that conclusion? Why do you think that? Can you show me any evidence of why you think that? And then maybe you will start to see what we have seen for years. They have ridiculed us. They have thrown hate towards us. They have told you that we're dangerous, that we're the ones killing you in society. The funny thing is that we aren't the ones dying. The people who are having the sudden heart attacks, the sudden strokes, dying suddenly, aren't the ones who were going to protests. They aren't the ones who didn't wear masks. These are the people who are vaccinated and had their first, second, third, fourth booster. And I promise you, we don't want to be right. There is not 1 ounce of me that wants to say, I told you so, when millions of people have died. I would rather swallow my pride, put my ego aside and say, oh, I was wrong. Everyone lived happily ever after. Because that is all that we want. But that's not happening. And I promise you, this isn't the end. This will start up again. Think back to the last 3 years, 2 years and a year ago. Every single time we told you there'd be another lockdown, and within days of the date, it happened. Every time we told you there'd be a mask mandate, it happened. Every time we told you that a new vaccine was going to be introduced or a new booster, it happened. Every time we told you something, it happened. It's been going back decades now that we have been telling you stuff and it's happened. And it's not because we're psychic. It's not because we just suddenly know. It's because we're paying attention. It's because we know their plan. It's because we've been looking at Agenda 2030. We've been looking at how everyone is working for the World Economic Forum and everything is written out. Everything is planned. We're not crazy. We are reading you the story while you are chapters behind. And this isn't a I told you so, or I'm better than you, or I know more than you. I wish I didn't, but I do. I know what's coming. I know that this was just the beginning. I know that there's going to be a cashless society. I know there's going to be tiers in society, and everyone is going to be judged on their credit score and how vaccinated they are. And it will be a universal credit. It's called universal credit for a reason. Everyone will receive it if you do these certain things, if you are vaccinated, if your children go to school, if you're a good citizen. There is so much more coming. And this isn't to scare you. This isn't to say the whole world is going to shit, because it doesn't need to. We can simply stop it. But while we are fighting each other, we're not fighting them. So maybe next time, ask questions. Don't mock us. Just say, how did you get to that conclusion? Can you show me more? We are willing to show people. We are willing to show you if you just let us, instead of just shutting us down and us just hitting brick walls all the time. Do not let them win. Do not let them turn us against each other. We're not the conspiracy theorists. We're not the tinfoil hat wearers. We're not the anti-vaxxers. We're not crazy. We are one step ahead of where they want us to be. That is all.
All right. So that one kind of fit in with a lot of our conversation from tonight.
It's a breath of fresh air compared to Greta Thunberg. I'll tell you that much.
Facts. That's definitely true.
I can't resist. I do have to chime in because with the Trump administration doing the lockdowns, actually he didn't. What he did was he let the governors make their own call, and your Democratic governors locked the states down. It wasn't actually Trump. Now when Biden did, he did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of good comments in chat too. Thank you. Yeah, I've heard that, Busy, that a lot of their families and staff didn't get it. A lot of hospital workers who were higher up in administration didn't get it. Pfizer employees didn't get it. Or weren't required to, I should say.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Definitely just a coincidence.
Yeah, Pendar, I think that's coming. It sounds like they're laying the groundwork for that. And they did that in Canada, of course, between the provinces, you know. So I think that was kind of also testing it out for how they would do it here, because I think it's all run by the same, you know, puppet masters.
Yep, I think so too.
Yeah, that happened to a lot of people, Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean this in an ugly way, but at this stage of where we're at, it is what it is. And if somebody were to ask, I would say something, but I don't go out of my way. I don't, because there's so much stuff that's obvious at this point. So you've either chosen to say no, orange man bad, and anything from that is all that, and so it's just a MAGA group, and so you're just focused on a hate thing, and you're choosing that, or you're just flat out ignorant. I mean, there's just no way you cannot see problem. There's reporters, comedians, actors, athletes, kids in stadiums, college games, and people are falling out. Boxing rings, people are falling out. I mean, it's just it's there.
Mm-hmm.
I think it has less to do with either side of the aisle than we sometimes discuss, because I know a lot of very conservative, lifelong, generation-long Republicans who did it basically out of fear. It isn't necessarily about your political affiliations or even religious affiliations.
Well, no, Roots.
There's some folks I know that are very sick right now, very, very sick, for probably like the third time, and they went and did it, and they're more conservative than I am, and you know, I'm more or less centrist in the gray zone, black pill, you know. But so I don't think it's so much who you voted for or whether or not it's orange man bad. I think the PSYOP tendrilled into people's brains in a lot of different avenues. Might be political, might be religious, might be medical fears, might be, you know, and to a lot of us, it's like, is saying, like, my medical fears told me not to do it. Some people I know, their medical fears told them to do it. Well, I have all these medical problems, so I'm going to go do it. Like, what? You know, and it had nothing to do with affiliations otherwise. So I don't know. I don't know what it is that really push people one way or the other, because I think it's roughly 70% sleeved up, right?
Well, at the beginning, I kind of got it at the beginning. I mean, I'm, and when I say this, I mean this truly. I'm just not. The last shots I got was in the damn beginning of the 80s when I went in the Army. Other than that, I'm not a vax person. I wasn't the flu shot kind of guy. I got the sniffles going to the doctor. It just wasn't me. So I just, when it first came out, it was just like, wow. And what really struck my attention was when they said mandate. And it was like, wait a minute, you've never done that before. Now you're going to force people to take this? Okay, well, it was kind of like the Obamacare. Everybody talked about Obamacare, but what really struck me about that was you made it a law. You made it a law that we got to buy something you're not providing. Okay, this ought to work. People ought to be worried about that. Well, this was the same kind of thing. I had no, I had no anti thing. It wasn't my kind of thing. Do you, boo? But then when that mandate came out, and then it was like, wait, and then the fear, and I understood the fear, but that's what I mean. Though now we're here, and here, man, you know what? If you're still fearful, I hate to say it, but you're bringing the rest down, because you ought to, I mean, you just,
yeah. I have a friend who is quadruple vaccinated, and she's experiencing a lot of anxiety to the point that she's not able to sleep, and it's affecting her to the point where she is now, and I don't know, like, you know, if I'm assuming because of who she is, and you know what I do know, that she's probably taking different medications for her to try to fight the anxiety and insomnia, but that's an assumption. But either way, she had to take a month off of work on medical leave because it's affecting her so much. And while that's going on, she has concluded that she has long COVID, and she's encouraging everyone she knows to mask up and to get vaccinated, get their boosters, because she's worried about others getting COVID.
What is the disconnect that trips me out? The people who got the fever and then keep testing positive, keep saying the most scary, like, oh, we're all going to get it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, my word. Sorry, Rescue. I interrupted.
I hear what you're saying. Okay, well, I've shared this before. I do think there could be a spiritual aspect to this, because you know, the Bible talks about a spiritual veil, and I was behind it. If that's what it is, which I do think it is, I was behind that myself until 4 years ago, and then it kind of got ripped right off my eyes, and it was like a crash course in all the BS of the world. You know what I mean? And I'm grateful for that. I mean, sometimes, I think we all probably could wish for like a day we could just forget everything we know and like stick our heads in the sand. But obviously that's not who we are, or that's what we'd be doing. But I think there are some people who do that. They see a glimpse of what's happening and they're not ready to face it yet or whatever, and they bury their heads in the sand and they choose, you know, at that point they're choosing to stay ignorant. But I do think there could be a spiritual factor where there are some people who maybe it's just not their time to know. You know, God's will be done. And hopefully when it's their time, it'll be, you know, they'll catch up a little more quickly than, because it, you know, time will be shorter. But
everybody,
I don't know, what do you guys
to
think?
God when they need a favor.
Say that again, Rescue. What did you say?
I said everybody talks to God when they need a favor.
Yeah, most do. That's for sure.
And sorry, I'm just because, it's unfortunately that's, people will find out. There are going to be people that find out just a little too late.
Yeah.
It says that.
Well, I mean, and obviously people are facing consequences, because we know, I mean, the death rate's way higher since the jab than before, even when COVID was out already for a year. I mean, there's so much evidence out there. It's like really basic to find, but people aren't looking. If you watch Rachel Maddow and CNN and that, you know, like all of that, and that's where you get your information, or even if you watch Fox and that's all you watch, you know, you probably have some questions, but you're still,
it's all the same
they're
shit.
still owned and operated by the same puppet masters, you know? Yeah.
Yep. Oh, your other one is backstage, by the way. So, don't beat me or anything.
Oh, okay,
I'm
yeah,
trying
thank
to do my job.
you. I won't bump you out of here either this time. But yeah, so okay, so this is another one that I wanted to play, and this is kind of in a way the other end of the spectrum. This one's focused more on like QAnon and kind of poking some fun at that. So I know some people
Now we
will
get the
probably get
uplifting
upset by
side.
this, but we're like kind of, looking at all angles here.
Yeah. Now we get the uplifting side.
Okay,
She scared the shit out of you, and now she's gonna uplift you.
I don't know if this one's uplifting, but it's kind of meant as comedy, I guess, ish.
Yep.
All right, go for it.
Hello, I'm from the US government. Does something feel wrong in the world, but you can't put your finger on it? Are you yearning to fight injustice and be part of something bigger? Do you do your own research? If so, you've been chosen to participate in our new PSYOP. QAnon. PSYOPs are usually carried out by our intelligence agencies in countries we've invaded or whose governments we've overthrown, in order to convince the local population that we're there to help them. QAnon is just like that, except the target isn't a foreign population. It's you. And the government we're planning to overthrow is... Follow the white rabbit. At the heart of this PSYOP is Q, a government insider who will give you advance warning about major events, like the arrest of Hillary and deep state leaders, which never happened, and the end of the Democratic Party in 2018, who actually went on to win the House that year. And if years of fake predictions start to get you down, don't worry. Trust the plan. The best part of this PSYOP is you'll believe you're in a PSYOP, except that's not the PSYOP you're actually in, but the PSYOP where we let you think you're in a PSYOP. PSYOPception. Q-proof. Joining QAnon is easy because at its core there are some truths. Like, the media really does lie to you. There really are powerful predators out there, and there really is a global pedophile ring that ritually abuses kids. But as you follow Q's droppings, you'll gradually LARP yourself deep into the rabbit's rectum, where you'll find others who yearn to fight injustice just like you. The 5G crew, the Plandemic crowd, the FEMA camps, and chemtrail folks too, all LARP together into a single LARP we can control. Where we LARP one, we LARP all. In exchange for all this entertainment and newfound sense of purpose, all we ask for in return is your help. No, you fucking idiots, not to arrest Hillary. Q has convinced patriots, even the guy who spent decades warning you about the police state and martial law. That martial law is now a good thing. What's that? When do we take down the deep state? Aw, honey. The guy who exposed the real deep state is being tortured by it right now. And where are you? Oh, that's right. Q told you to trust the plan and have a big circle jerk on Aiken, the great awakening. And that's the purpose of QAnon, to convince those who would normally be on the front line of fighting our shitfuckery to sit by and watch as we prosecute your truth tellers, purge your justice system, and rat fuck this election. QAnon. Nothing can stop what's coming, because you'll be sitting on your ass when it does.
Damn. Indy, that was
Right,
good.
like I said, right? There's
pleasure.
so much about that cracks me up. Follow the white rabbit and the Q droppings, and but yeah, where we LARP one, we LARP all.
William Alex Jones was right, pretty much. That's the sick thing about it.
I was going to say earlier, fun fact is when I first started to figure out things weren't quite right, it was through that A Call for an Uprising channel. And that video that you just played, the beginning of it sounds almost identical.
Yeah, it might be by design.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I will say that's probably the only part of the whole video was whenever they kind of targeted Alex Jones, because I got to give him credit. The shit that he has said has come true. So that was the one little flaw they had in their shit. Other than that, it was pretty good.
Controlled opposition, my friend.
Yes, absolutely.
To me, that video sort of trolled both sides.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's just why I liked it.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that, Angelique. They're putting RSV and COVID in one vaccine. That doesn't surprise me.
Inject the venom.
I'll go. Thanks for being here. Yeah. Yeah. That's great conversation in the chat, per usual. All right. Well, I'm going to have to wrap up here pretty soon, and there are a couple more videos I wanted to play. Let's go ahead and do this one of Big Chap's. Big Chap, if any of you guys aren't subscribed to Big Chap, you are really missing out. He does amazing videos that are just kind of like little truth bombs or things to make you think. And what am I doing here? Here we go. All right, there's one rescue.
Yeah, all right. Another
Thank you,
one.
thank you. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, there's this this video that he made. It's a video that goes along with Oliver Anthony's song "Richmond, North of Richmond," and then the other video is one that Folk and Blizzard did, is like a kind of a video response to that. Hey, Foamy, good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right, thanks, Rescue. Go ahead and play it when you're ready.
Yep.
Bring in the LED. He's on.
You're gonna be a bad motherfucker.
I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. Cause the rich men, cause the rich men. I wish politicians look out for minors, and not just minors on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. Cause the rich men, north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
Isn't that great?
Amazing.
Yeah, Big Chep does such a great job making his videos.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that was.
And that song is already so incredible.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I showed the original
Right,
video to
Falcon
my
Blizzard?
mom,
Mm-hmm.
and then had her watch Big Chap's version. And she said, you know what? Like Big Chap's version is so much better because a lot of the lyrics, you don't connect the pieces. But when you see the video, the way he put it together, it connects it very clearly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he does. He has a really good way of like kind of capturing, you know, the meaning of not just this song, but all of his videos are like that. He has a gift for it, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, great job, Big Chat.
He was in chat. I don't know if he still is. That was earlier.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Song of the South.
Okay, what's
Good to
next?
see you. There's another one. I think, did I put it in private? Yeah.
Okay, that's...
Yep. And this is Folk and Blueser, who's been here in chat. Most of you know him as the creator of Elizabethtown Ramada, the ghost story song that we've had Mr. Smith up here doing drums for the last few times. And this is his kind of a response to Oliver Anthony's song.
Wow.
This one's for you, Oliver Anthony. I got up this morning, turned on some tunes, heard this old boy singing the state of the world in DC blues. He wasn't picking sides, just telling the truth. Felt the way that I was feeling, some of the things I've been through. But now when I try to write, the only things that come to sound like Richmond, north of Richmond. Don't know what else to do except play it to death, yeah, wearing it out. I got my own style, just need to hunt it back down. Chris, man, I want you to know the songs you've been singing to us folks here at home, they let me know that I'm not alone. You reach right into our heart and souls. Thanks, man.
Love it, Folk and Blues. Are short and sweet and to the point. Yeah,
That
I
was
mean,
cool.
you know, if you have
Right?
not looked into any response videos to Oliver Anthony's song, that one specifically, or reaction is the word I'm looking for. Reaction videos. There are so many out there, and they're incredible to watch because it's so many people all sharing how they can relate, and it's, you know, people from all walks. You know, it's incredible. It's really cool to see.
Awesome.
Somebody made a comment
Yeah.
that he sold out. Where'd that go? Let me see.
There
I
was
can
an
find it real quick.
event. Well, he has an event, and he signed a deal,
Yeah,
but
what's
I
that about?
think it's... Well, I'm kind of going along too with what Garrett and them were saying. I think he did it. He just signed up with this one group, the United Talent Agency, for this event that he's putting on. I don't think he actually like signed a contract thing with them, so I don't think he...
Mm-hmm.
The story, the
I
way
mean,
I heard him,
if he wants, oh, go ahead.
the way I heard him tell it was things were moving so quick, and he just signed on, but he didn't realize the event was going to be charging like $100 a ticket. He said he didn't want that. He wanted, you know, something everyone could afford.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a thing that he did pull out.
So
Well, I mean, something to remember too is, I mean, you know, maybe some people thought he was a plant the whole time. Some people, you know, there's all sorts of theories about him. What I will say is, I know he's raised awareness and unified a lot of people, you know, which is amazing, or at least, you know, given a sense of unity to, like I was saying with those reaction videos, you know, everybody can relate in some way, shape, or form with the song. So whether it was intentionally done or not, I mean, it served a good purpose, I think.
Well, and probably
But also,
will end up...
it's a learning process for him. You know, this is this is a lot that he's dealing with all at once. You know.
Well, and he brought a positive message, so he's becoming kind of like an icon to say, you know, I mean, that song took off and has been highly promoted. So there's going to be the intentional negative stuff to try to take that down. So careful of that too.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why I double check the stories, because it's like that. I think that he pulled out from the ticket deal. I think that was so when you really go listen to his interview with that.
Yeah, I will look into that too, because everything I've seen from him is pretty impressive. He seems like a really stand-up person. Hey, Marcus, thanks for being here, and Anti, thank you for dropping his link. I am going to have to end here pretty quickly because my little munchkins are about to get in and they are going to be ready to crash, I'm sure. So I put one more link back there, Rescue. Last one for the night.
What? No, you said the last one was the last one. God, this is as bad as the government. It never stops. You need more money to Ukraine, too?
Yeah. No, just send that straight here. We'll just cut out the middleman. But yeah, this is just something I saw this and I actually cried. I thought it was so sweet. This channel is amazing. This guy, he basically takes in funds and then he gives it out to people, and he videos how he gives it out to people, and he's helped a ton of people in really big ways and some people just in small ways. But
that's not the one you sent me was the driveway checking.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me get the right one then. Hang on one second.
I'm going to say goodnight.
I'm listening to you talking. I've seen this video right here, and I'm going, yeah, that's not the video that I'm fixing to be showing. This is where these people are fixing
what did I send you? Oh, that's definitely not what I'm talking about.
The guy backing up in the driveway, car pulls up, and they followed him from the bank.
Yeah, that's definitely not what I was sending. Try the link I just sent and see if that works, but it looks like it's the same to me. I wonder why it's not. Didn't pull up the right one for you.
I'm going to say goodnight to you.
It's a huge surprise. Okay, no, wait, here we go.
Okay. Yeah, thanks so much for coming up, JM, and hanging out. This is great.
Good to see you and Rescue and everyone in the chat.
Yeah, and if you guys aren't subbed to JM, check out his channel. Great guy, great information about a lot of things, including dogs and dog care and dog walking, and also about silver stacking and things along those lines, and just in general. A really good community.
Later, JM.
All right. Okay, well, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I'll probably just maybe we'll come back after if my kids aren't here yet. If they're going to be here, it'll be noisy, so you'll know one way or the other. But thank you to everybody who came up on panel, and thank you to everybody who's here in chat. I feel like I could go another 4 hours. But we'll be here next week, and I know I always say this, but keep your eyes open. Sometime I'm going to do a pop-up stream with all the videos I don't get to play, and just kind of hang out and chat. So God bless everybody.
Make your day a good day. It's up to you.
We're stronger together.
It's good to see everybody. Okay.
Whatever's in this lunchbox. Hook you up with my tattoo guy.
What if there's nothing inside of there?
Well, that's a risk you're willing to take. If you give me $5, I'll give you whatever's inside of this lunchbox.
No, that's right.
If you give me $5, I'll give you whatever's inside this lunchbox.
No deal. I haven't got $5. We have a chicken, a Honduras family of 4 in our home, and I'm shopping for there's 2 children.
And why are you letting them live with you?
They need help.
You had something better than $5. You had an amazing story of what you're doing to help someone.
Good.
So I actually want to just give you this lunchbox.
Oh, you can't do that.
Yes, I want to give it to you. $500.
You can't do
Yes.
that. You're blowing my mind.
Is it going to help out?
It'll help them. Thank you so much. You're like a grandson.
If you give me $5, I'll give you whatever's in this lunchbox.
That's awesome.
I'll hook you up with my tattoo guy.
What if there's nothing?
Yeah, I'm gonna let it play one more time and then I'll end it here, guys. Thanks to everybody in the chat. Much love to you all.
Inside of this lunchbox.
No, that's right.
If you give me $5, I'll give you whatever's inside this lunchbox.
No deal. I haven't got $5. We have a chicken, a Honduras family of 4 in their home. And I'm
Not
shopping
everybody.
for their 2 children.
And why are you letting them live with you?
They need help.
You had something better than $5. You had an amazing story of what you're doing to help someone.
Good.
So I actually want to just give you this lunchbox.
Oh, you can't do that.
Yes, I want to give it to you. $500.
You can't do
Yes.
that. You're blowing my mind.
Is it going to help out?
It'll help them. Thank you so much. You're like a grandson.
If you give me $5, I'll give you whatever's in this lunchbox.
All right. Good night, everybody.